All right. Good evening, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And for me, it is also Happy Partnerversary. It's already been 9 years since I became a Twitch partner. 9 whole years. But it's good to see you all. And right off the bat, CT's donated $200. Incredibly generous. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much, CTs, for that incredibly generous donation. You can tell I've been a Twitch partner for 9 years because I still call tips donations. And Ancient Oleander gifting out 5 community gift subs. Getting everybody with some stick bugs. Liquid Solid, Mitsuyama, Aloha Real Life, Alex and Zombies, Meteor Lab, Get Stick Bugged, courtesy of Ancient Oleander. Thank you very much. CTs, again, $200 is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. That is huge. That's basically half what I earn in a month. all together. Thank you. That's incredible. Thank you guys so much, and I appreciate you all being here. Vetis, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 99 months. Thank you so much for the 99 months. It's all about the nines. Thank you, Vetis. Thank you so much. Good to see you guys. Hope you're all doing well. Vungard, Glowing Red Pyramid, Grove Sleeper, Denzel, Legate, Bracauto. What's up, Nick? I Stay High. Thank you so much for the 25 months. And Ancient Oleander, thank you so much for the tier 2, the 11 months. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate the support. Thank you all so much. Good to see you. Unison. Thank you. Hey, Shadow Noises. What's up, Zev? Hey, Rain. Hey, Setso. How's it going, Goku? Fast gaming today? Maybe. It's not going to really be an official speedrun. We're going to be starting off with some Silent Hill 2. It's not going to be super in-depth, but it's still going to be a story playthrough. Not like a speedrun or anything. Because ideally I do want to get to some other games if possible. Hey, Newman. Hey, Chai Shy. How's it going, Restless Days? Hey, Cypher. Hey, Funkadelic. Good to see you guys. Hey, Mechair. Hey, Pastry. Thank you guys so much. Really glad to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. Appreciate you being here. Celebrating 9 years of being a partner on Twitch. And then later this year, in October 11th. Is it October 11th? Or am I confusing that with birthday? October 9th. October 9th will be 15 years that I've been streaming on Twitch. 15 years streaming on Twitch total. And 9 years as a Twitch partner today. Been doing this for a long time. My account is in high school, yeah. My account is older than some of my viewers. Don't say who, because it's an 18 and up community. But I'm sure I've been streaming longer than some of the people who watch me have been alive. Hey, what's up, Rushmore? Longest watch streamer since high school. You've been snacking and cozy here. That's so cool. A lot has changed. A lot has changed in the last 9 years, in the last 15 years. Zev asked, have you checked out the Dead by Daylight update? No, I have not. I updated the game earlier today, but I haven't logged in and checked out the update officially. We might do that after Silent Hill 2. I don't really have a plan for what I'm going to be doing after Silent Hill 2. As said, I do want to try to play multiple games for this stream and kind of go extra long. But as always, we'll see just kind of how things play out, how the night goes. Did you watch the Silent Hill 2 movie where James smokes a blunt in his Dodge Supercharger? My wife and I went and saw it on release day in theaters. There's already we've done a whole review of it up on my YouTube from months ago. When it first came out in theaters. We're old timers? Yeah. Yes, we are. It's all good. It's a privilege to still be here, aging gracefully. But seriously, not everybody is that privileged. Not everybody has made it. I've lost friends along the way. There's a lot of people who were here when I started streaming that are no longer with us. So, just to still be here with any ups and downs, and everything that comes with life. It's a blessing just to still exist, and for you to be here with me as well. Oleander, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Nora. Nora, enjoy that sub. Oleander, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the love and support that you've brought to our wonderful community since you've joined. Thank you, thank you. Helped with the stress of your first job many years ago. Doing shifts with your stream helped a lot. That makes me really happy to hear, Nora. That always makes me happy to hear from people that have been watching my streams, and I've had people tell me like it's helped them get through, you know, really, really bad times in their lives for various different reasons. I've had people tell me their streams help them get through depression and loss, difficult jobs, military deployment, all sorts of things, or even just some help to some people get some sleep on some restless nights. It means a lot to me. It makes me feel like I'm making a difference. I'm not just I don't feel like I'm just wasting my time playing video games. You know, it can sometimes feel that way. Like there should be more that I'm doing, more that I'm achieving, that things should be different, but I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything. All the ups, all the downs. Either way, there's people that are able to enjoy what I do, and I'm still here able to do this thanks to all of you and all of your support for all these years. That's a rare thing. That's an incredibly, incredibly rare thing that most people will never really get to experience, and I feel extremely lucky and extremely privileged for that to be part of my life, and for this community to be such an important part of my life. So seriously, much love, all of you guys. Promised me you would speedrun the entire Silent Hill series again. I'm still gonna do that. I still need to learn a couple of speedruns, and I definitely still need to brush up on some of the old ones that I've gotten really rusty at. But I still do plan on doing that. Hey, Jax. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Hey, Adana. Hey, Fishbones. Hey, Web Talks. Grove Sleeper. Kicked alcohol, feeling shitty and ashamed watching your VODs on Silent Hill 4 at UFO Tech... at UFO Techie's YouTube years ago. That's how I ended up here. That's awesome. Shoutouts to UFO Techie. One of the Silent Hill goats. Otters. Whatever. Otter goat. And a good friend of mine. I got so much love for Techie. But that's great to hear, Grove. Something that's also changed for my life since I got partnered. 2017 and the years leading up to that. I mean, I was severely depressed and suffering from really bad insomnia. I was always streaming because I basically never slept. I was single. I was living out of a dirty, sweltering hot garage in Texas 9 years ago. I was drinking and smoking every day and just had no idea what I was doing. And to be fair, I still don't. But I've got people here who love me. It's thanks to Twitch and everything that I met Rachel, my lovely wife. Moved to a new state to be here with her. We've got our house, we've got our cats, we've got each other, we've got all of you guys. Life is very, very different compared to how it was 9 years ago when I first got partnered. And Oleander, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Jax. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Got 17 gil. I do have 17 gil. At least 17 gil. The friends who've been hanging out for the Final Fantasy XI streams know what's up. Don't think any of us really know what we're doing still. That's just kind of life in general. That's just kind of life in general. Maybe some people have it figured out, but I think most people don't. We might try to convince ourselves that we do, but life has a way of showing you, you never really know what's going to happen. So you really just have to take the good, take the bad, and just be appreciative of each day that you get. And that's what I try to do now, especially after last year. This last year has been very, very difficult. Dealing with a lot of health issues. Dealing with a lot of, real deep-seated scares in terms of health. Worrying that I'm about to have a heart attack or a stroke and just leave everything behind. It's really helped change my perspective on things, given me a lot more appreciation for things this past year. As well as just how amazing people can be in this community and even outside of this community. When I started dealing with all the health issues, we couldn't afford a lot of those medical bills. And I had a GoFundMe that was up for a while to try to help with all of the bills and medical visits and everything that was going on. And I had friends from middle school who I haven't seen or talked to in years, reaching out and supporting me and helping me get through those really difficult times this past year. So it's been crazy how much life has changed since I've started streaming, how much it's changed because of Twitch, and just how many curveballs life has thrown in all these years. But we're still here. I'm still here. I still love being able to do this. I still love all of you guys and appreciate just everything you all do for me. Seriously, I can't thank you all enough. Psychosis, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 9 months and the Prime sub. Thank you so much, Psychosis. It's good to see you again. Thank you, thank you. Let's put Zealot's Mitts on the agenda. Did I tell you? Were you here the other night, Cypher? I haven't sorted through my inventory on my main account in a while, on my main character. I already had a pair of Devotees mitts sitting in storage that I completely forgot about. I still need the cape though. I still need Spippy's cape. And I wouldn't mind a Monster Signa. But I was going through my storage on my main character, and I've got Devotees just sitting there. I was like, dude, I'm so stupid. I forgot that I already had these. Just Final Fantasy XI things. Things are a little less lonely with this space here, therefore it's good and you should be proud. Thank you, Grove. It is good, and I am proud. I'm happy that we've got such a great community here. Like, everybody is so warm, so welcoming, so kind to each other. I usually try to end all of my streams sort of signing out, telling people, be good to yourselves and be good to each other, and much love. And I sincerely mean it every time. It's not just a sign off. The world's a better place. The days are a little bit easier if we can just be a little more kind to ourselves, be a little more kind to each other, put a little more love out into the world than there is hate. If we can just keep doing that, everything will be fine. Fishbones, even though I'm a relatively new viewer, your content and Silent Hill in general absolutely carried me through an extremely tough last year. Still continuing to carry me this year. Hope the difficult stuff is past, y'all, and will continue to improve. Yeah, a lot of the difficult stuff is thankfully behind us at this point. You know, we still struggle with things that, like, most people struggle with, you know. It's hard to pay the bills. I've still got medical debt. I've still got credit card debt from cards that I had to rely on while I was not healthy enough to stream and work. We've got those types of things, but you know, it's not like we're in such a bad place that we need to really worry too much. It's common struggles that, like, everyone deals with. The really tough stuff's behind us. My health has improved significantly. Life in general has improved so much over the years. And I hope it has for most of you as well. Hey, sorry novice. Your streams helped me through getting sober. It's been 3 years now. Gave me something to focus on and a community that shares my somewhat niche interests. Thank you for being here for us. That's really great to hear. Congratulations on 3 years sober, sorry novice. That's huge. That's huge. And I'm glad me and this community could help you with that. I said, sometimes I get it in my head, it's just, I'm just sitting and playing video games, not making a difference, and you guys remind me that it's a lot more than that. So thank you. Much love. I'm glad you're doing well. Still one of the coolest, most humble dudes I ever got to meet. The one and only time I could I can't read. One and only time I could attend TwitchCon. Still have the pic with you, me, and Bach acting all goofball like in the main area. That's awesome, Agent. That's awesome. Do I have that? Do I have that picture? Did I ever get a copy of that picture? I've got a picture with Bach from that TwitchCon. But I think that was like right after the pic we took with you. Yeah, here's there's Bach's big forehead. Hold on. I have to readjust it for normal humans. Shoutouts to the homie Bakba Soup. I said, people like Bach. I've met a lot of really wonderful people through Twitch and over the years. Some amazing, amazing people. All the people on former Twitch Team Silent, Maxi Lobes, UFO Techie, Ravenheart, and Eternal Enigma. People like Bakba Soup. A lot of members of our community who I've met through TwitchCons and through Games Done Quick. A lot of amazing people who I've met through GDQ. It's a lot of fantastic people. Can send it to you if you don't. Yeah, I don't know if I've got it, Agent. Definitely share it if you can. Rachel dropped the link for the Discord, and anybody who's interested in joining our little Discord community is more than welcome to join. More than welcome to join. Friends with Punchy? I am friends with Punchy. I had a great time meeting Punchy at Awesome Games Done Quick in 2019. I was there to speed run Generations Lost, and then in the practice room, because there's like a big practice room with a bunch of setups for people to run games off stream during Games Done Quick events. So Punchy was one of the first people who I ran into at GDQ 2019, and gave him a big high five and a hug when I first met him. And I high-fived Punchy a little too hard. It was one of those things where we both went in for the high five, and I think there was just more force behind it than we intended. Because I gave him a high five, and he was like, "Ow, that genuinely hurt my hand." It was like, I'm sorry. I'm just excited meeting all these friends. But Punchy's amazing. And we did Silent Hill play novel speed runs in the practice room after that. With the homies. Shoutouts to Plywood and Starwin. A lot of great people. I think Ecdysis was there for that. But yeah, we had a lot of great people hanging out with us in that practice room, doing some play novel runs. But yeah, Punchy's great. I love Punchy. I miss them. I miss everybody very dearly. Hopefully I can get my shit together enough to start going to some in-person events again. Some Twitch cons and some GDQs and things like that. Would love to go to them again. There's a good chance I will be at the next GDQ this year, actually. Because it's going to be in Atlanta. So it's actually... it's right here in my state of Georgia. Not too far. So hopefully I can meet some people and catch up with some old friends by that point. Hey, Lieutenant Stones. Any particular channel to drop it? Anywhere is okay. Anywhere is okay. You can just put it in general if you like. Hey, Cerberus. So glad you're doing better health-wise. It sucks being sick all the time. It does. It's one of those things that, like, I still deal with, you know, but I've got medication to help with a lot of the issues that I was having. I've seen enough doctors. I've seen enough specialists. I kind of got my shit back together. I've been eating healthier. I've been trying to exercise more. Because, again, this time last year, this was like when I went to the emergency room thinking I was having a heart attack. And the couple of months after that, throughout April, throughout May, I was still seeing doctors trying to figure out what was wrong, and they were putting me on different types of medications, and I was trying, like, my body was not adjusting well to some of those medications where I couldn't eat. I could barely get up out of the couch. I felt dizzy all the time. Like, I couldn't do anything. And now I'm at a point where, like, I can get outside, I can walk around, we go grocery shopping, you know, we do yard work. I can live life again. I've still got a long ways to go. I've still got a lot of stuff I need to take care of, but it's so much better now. You've been binging Punchy YouTube videos. They're hilarious. It's funny. I actually, now that I've finished up Resident Evil 9, I've been going and trying to watch other people's playthroughs, and Punchy's is one of the playthroughs I was excited to go and watch for myself. And one of the first things he did in his playthrough of Resident Evil 9 was find a toilet. And he was like, here it is, Resident Evil toilet. There's officially toilets in Requiem. Because he did an entire video series of, like, how fast can you find a toilet in Resident Evil or in Silent Hill. So I just thought that was really funny, seeing Punchy get excited about toilets in Requiem. I'm like, this is a good playthrough to watch. Found the group pick too, sent both. Thank you so much for sharing those, Agent. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Do you mind if I show? I mean, if you put it in the Discord, I assume it's okay that I can share it on stream. Like, what are what are me and Bach doing back there? It's such a good picture. That's so funny. I'm tossing gang signs. At first, it took me a second because I thought me and Bach were like holding hands. It took me a second to realize like Bach's hand is throwing up the piece, and those are both my hands. I thought it was me and Bach holding hands. I'm like, I don't remember that. That's such a good picture. Thank you for sharing that. Which one is you? Which one looks the closest to the zombie on the screen? Oh, and that's a wonderful group picture as well. There we go. Our TwitchCon horror family right there. So many amazing people. Dude, look how tall Techie is. Standing next to Techie makes me look tiny. Like, I'm leaning forward a little bit. But, like, for reference, I'm 6 foot tall. As a big otter. Tall group. Such a good photo. That was a great time. TwitchCon was so much fun. You did not just call yourself an otter? No, Techie's an otter. Techie is an otter. Like, he's literally an otter. He's masquerading as a human in that photo. Hey, what's up, Narotex? Have I ever played or heard about Soma? Yes, I played Soma on stream many years ago. My playthrough's on YouTube. If you would like to watch it, it's on my archive channel. Here you go. I got a link in chat for you. Narotex. That's part 1 for you to start with of my playthrough of Soma. That's from October of 2016. Almost 10 years ago. Before I was even partnered on Twitch. I'll assume you know what that means in gay culture too. I do. I do. I'm not gay myself. Obviously, I'm married to Rachel, but I am an ally. I have many friends from all walks of life. So, I know. How about that split head plushie? Oh my god, Terry. I love it. I love it. Officially licensed Silent Hill 1 merch. The fact that there's Silent Hill 1 merch of any kind, even if it is the most phallic looking thing possible, it's so rare to get Silent Hill 1 official merchandise. Wait, what? Where? Hold on. I'll grab the picture real quick. I'll show it on stream. I might get banned for showing it on stream, but I'm willing to take that risk for you guys. This is real. This is real. They made a zip-up split-head lizard plush. This is official Silent Hill 1 merch. Officially licensed by Konami, sold through Fangamer. The split-head lizard from Silent Hill 1. Look at my guy. And you can zip up his mouth. It's so rare to get Silent Hill 1 merch. Like, anytime there's any sort of official Silent Hill merch, it's almost always Silent Hill 2. And even within Silent Hill 2, it's basically just Pyramid Heads, Nurses, and James. It's so rare to get figures or plushes or anything for anything outside of, like, those characters. So it's cool just to see that there is officially licensed Silent Hill 1 stuff, even if it is a penis monster. Yeah, once the Silent Hill 1 remake gets closer, we're gonna get some more Silent Hill 1 merch, I hope. I look forward to it. We need more merch from the other games. So many characters, so many monster designs that are underrepresented in all the merchandise stuff. It'll be nice to see. Hey, Bendy Man. What's up, Austin? Yeah, you know. Just casual Silent Hill discussion. We need the doll for Heather with Harry's face. Oh, the Stanley Coleman doll from 3? God, that would be an interesting piece of merch if they ever did an official one. I wonder if there's anybody who's ever made like a fan version of that. Don't usually catch the streams because from UK. Just know that you're the best Silent Hill streamer in the world and learned so much from you being a Silent Hill fan from day one. You're a little older than me, but we're still old buggers. Thanks for all the time you've put into this. Thank you so much, Bendy Man. Yeah, I know. It can be awkward with the different time zones and things like that, but hey, it's not like I've got a very consistent stream schedule. Sometimes I stream at very early and very late and just kind of all over the place in terms of hours. So I feel like everybody gets a chance at least occasionally to catch a live stream, no matter where you are or what time zone you're in. That's one of the nice things I liked about doing the big 24-hour marathons and stuff back in the day. Being able to see so many different fans from so many different parts of the world at different times of the day. That said, now that my health is getting back into better shape, hopefully I can do that kind of stuff more often. Not as often as I used to do it, because I was hurting myself how much I used to stream. I said I just didn't care. I didn't think about it. Which is why, like, back in the day, when I did get partnered, I was practically every stream, I streamed almost every day, and every stream was usually at least like 10 or 11 hours long, if not all the way up until like 20 hours. I was usually doing 20 to 24 hour marathons almost every weekend. I definitely will never be able to do that kind of stuff again. But once in a while, doing some super long streams as a treat is something that I would like to start doing again. What time zone am I in? It is 9:16 p.m. on Tuesday the 17th for me. Hey, Lysaria. But yeah. Thanks, you guys. I really appreciate all the love. But let's play some Silent Hill. Like I said, I want to do some longer streams once in a while. This might be one of those longer streams. I don't know for sure how long I'll be able to keep going, but I'm going to try to play and stream and do stuff for a long stream tonight. And we're going to start off with some Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 OG. Well, the enhanced edition, but original, not remake. Have a Discord? Absolutely, Bendyman. There's the link for you. And for anybody who's interested in joining our little community, we've got several discussion channels for Silent Hill, for Final Fantasy XI. We've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy XI again lately. Arts and crafts, card games, cooking, baking, anime, all sorts of stuff. But everybody is more than welcome to join. Yeah, Lysaria, you've been around for 11 years already. That sounds about right. 'Cause Yeah, that puts us at 2015. That would have been when I started streaming. I think you found my community through UFO Techie, right? When I first started getting really serious about speedrunning Silent Hill 2. Oh, through Three Dog. Yeah, that's where a lot of the OGs, a lot of people who've been following me for a long time, usually came from either Techies community or Three Dogs community. That makes sense.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Lost?
Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
Oh, it's you.
Just putting a gun to their head.
I am. You want me to be.
Didn't you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
She's definitely 100% real. All right. Silent Hill 2 9-year Partnerversary stream. Let's go.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Technically, yes. Yes, she is, James. In fact, she's right outside this bathroom. Of course, we've got our Bible quotes on the wall. Passages from Job. And I am decaying like a garment that is moth-eaten, referencing the decaying state of Mary herself, the decaying reality and mental state of James. And then on the opposite wall, thy made me and fashioned me, and thou turn around and destroy me. Another verse from the book of Job, referencing Maria. She is made from James. She is born from his wishes, hence the name of the sub-scenario. And it's through James's own subconscious manifestations, like Pyramid Head, that she is destroyed as well. Depiction of Lilith, the demon Lilith, from the book of Demonology, drawn on the bathroom stall over here, which gets emphasized even more in the Silent Hill 2 remake, where they give Maria a bracelet with the symbol of Lilith on it. And of course, foreshadowing Maria herself with the Heaven's Night posters right here next to the bathroom exit. I still love this game. This is still just my all-time favorite game. So many details, so many amazing, meaningful details in the environment the whole way through this entire game, this entire experience. For something especially from 2001, like obviously visually it's touched up because this is the enhanced edition, but these are all elements that were there in the original PS2 game. Stuff that is just an unheard of level of detail, especially from that era.
restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
I really miss this dialogue in the remake. They leave out all of that dialogue about James remembering Rosewater Park. And to me, that's so important for James's motivation and for the player's motivation to, like, understand what you're here for. Like, immediately you have a destination, you have a goal. You're trying to get to Rosewater Park. And if you go through the town and explore all the routes that lead there, you find them all blocked, but you find the apartment key in that process, you find your way to Woodside Apartments. So, like, your character motivation and your player motivation is so much more immediately set in just with that bit of dialogue. It's a little bit strange to me in the remake that James is sort of wandering more aimless at the beginning, and he doesn't really have a sense of motivation or direction until you solve the jukebox. What's up, D3? Is this his first time playing this game? I literally have probably tens of thousands of hours playing Silent Hill 2 over the years. Welcome to the channel. Silent Hill is like what I'm most known for. We're celebrating 9 years that I've been partnered on Twitch, and later this year will be 15 years in total that I've been streaming on Twitch. But I've been a Silent Hill fan since the first game in 1999. I play these games religiously and talk about them in great detail and depth. So I also speedrun most of them. But welcome. Welcome, welcome. Pop into the car here for the map of Silent Hill. We never get to quite go all the way up Sanford Street. You get a little bit on the map here. This is where parts of Silent Hill 1 took place. Right up here is the little resort area where Annie's bar, where you save Kaufman from the giant sewer rat. And then, of course, Lakeside Amusement Park. The lighthouse would be right around here. Yeah, the hotel is very close to Lakeside. It's like right next to Lakeside Amusement Park. But we never quite get all the way up there into Paleville properly. into old Silent Hill. You can see we've got Rosewater Park already underlined, giving us our goal, our destination. And Toluca Lake itself, which, as someone has already pointed out in chat, yeah, this is Derwentwater in the Lake District of Keswick, England. When Team Silent needed this backdrop of the view of Toluca Lake, they used edited photos of the actual location of Derwentwater in Keswick as this little backdrop here. And they reference Keswick in Silent Hill 2 Remake. One of the alcohol brands that you can find, some of the alcohol taps in Bar Neely's and in the bar, the Venus Bar at the hotel near the end. One of the brands of alcohol they have is like Keswick Pride. There's nothing on the passenger seat. Billboard here for Pete's Bolorama, and the sign with the finger pointing towards Toluca Lake. These things are in the remake as well, although they're aged a little bit more. They make them a little bit rustier, a little more falling apart than they are in this game, since the remake leans heavily into the loop theory idea, the idea that James has been stuck in this for 20 years. It's a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek reference. It's not anything that's meant to be taken as canon or not, but it's a nice little nod to the players who've been playing this game for over 20 years, like myself and many of you, I'm sure. Paleville National Park, 10 miles away. Paleville, 10 miles. Brams, 26.5, a slight change for this version of the game that I'm playing, the Enhanced Edition. Not to be confused with the HD collection. This is the Enhanced Edition for the PC port. In the original, it's 265 miles. They made it 26.5 to try to make it a little more realistic amount. I kind of disagree with these sorts of changes. It's not the most egregious one. And there's very few changes like that for the Enhanced Edition mod, but I like the idea of the original saying that Brams is like 265 miles away, that Old Silent Hill is 50 miles away. These distances are not quite accurate. You know, if you look at how far Nathan Avenue is and where Old Silent Hill is, where Brams should be, considering that's where Sybil is from in Silent Hill 1, these distances are much, much larger than they should be. But it kind of also gives you a sense that reality, even at this point, this early in the game, is already distorted. Things are not what they seem. We calm. You can see the L from the welcome sign and the E from the welcome sign have both fallen there onto the ground. Kind of reminds me of the welcome Leon sign in Raccoon City Police Department in Resident Evil 2. I can't go any further by car. Guess I'll have to walk. Which game's my favorite? This one. The original Silent Hill 2 is my favorite Silent Hill game. Did I ever see Dr. Mick's playthrough of this game? I don't know who Dr. Mick is. And of course, Eddie's van. This kind of became something of a meme because, like, it's never really mentioned if this white van is supposed to be significant or not. People speculated that it's Eddie's van because in that intro video that we saw before the gameplay started, you get little cutscenes that are not in the actual game. You only see them during that attract video. And you see Eddie leaning against a white van like this one, and Laura kicks him while they're like looking at a map. And a lot of people speculated because of that Eddie drove to Silent Hill in this van and picked up Laura at some point along the way. Which is also the way that it's described in the Silent Hill 2 novelization, which, by the way, for my viewers on YouTube and for you guys as well, I'm going to be working on my audiobook reading of all of the novelizations very soon. So look forward to that. But because of the novelization and because of that intro cutscene where you see Eddie leaning against this van, one of the original actors from Silent Hill 2, the actor who voices and mocaps James Sunderland, Guy Seehee, he did an interview and a playthrough with Silent Hill streamer, YouTuber legend Fungo. And during that playthrough with Fungo, Guy Seehee, every time he would see the white van around town, because it's just like a repeated asset, you'll see it in a few other places. Anytime you see this white van, Guy Seehee would get all excited and be like, "There's Eddie's van! There's Eddie's van again!" And I always found that really funny, and I would always like mimic the way he says that over the years playing through this game, and it kind of became a meme. And then in the Silent Hill 2 remake, Bloober Team literally made it Eddie's van. They put football stickers on the outside of it. They put fast food wrappers on the inside of it. If you cam hack and go inside the van, you can find all these wrappers and stuff for Happy Burger. So Bloober Team keyed in on those memes and officially made it Eddie's van for the remake. It's really funny. And we know that several people from Bloober Team watch my streams and videos, so maybe they put that in there just for us. Much respect to him, but Twin Perfect kind of gives me the ick these days. I've got a lot of respect for the amount of effort Twin Perfect put into their stuff back then, because at the time, there were very few other channels that had as much information on the series as them. The biggest thing is just the way they presented their information, especially from Rossiter. It was very gatekeepy. It was very pretentious, and just the attitude in general. Like, the information is respectable. How it's presented is a bit ick. And then, of course, all the fallout with Tom Hewlett and everything as well, which Tom definitely didn't deserve the amount of hate he got that he got after those videos came out. But I do know for a fact a lot of that came from Rossiter specifically. Fungo, I've actually met, I've talked to, I've streamed with, and he's joined me for streams and stuff in the past. And Fungo, I think, is a really, really great guy. He took a long hiatus from streaming and YouTube and stuff, but he's actually recently come back and said that he's going to be active on different places again, so look forward to more Fungo stuff soon. Maybe I can reach out to him and see if he'd like to join me for some streams and stuff again. I'd love to do that. Miss Fungo dearly. glad to see he's doing well and that he's going to be back in the community again soon. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. Gives me a weird feeling. Kind of an interesting way to introduce the save points, the red squares. And I like the idea that it's a bit of a fourth wall break. You know, James says it feels like someone's groping around inside his skull. The idea that you, as the player, when you're saving and loading the game, you are manipulating James's mind, his perception of reality. You are the one groping around inside his skull by saving and loading your game. What game am I playing after this one? I have no idea. We're going to see how long it takes me to get through Silent Hill 2 and how well I'm feeling after that. We might switch over and play some Dead by Daylight. I might go completely in the opposite direction and play some Final Fantasy XI. We're celebrating 9 years of partnership, and I know most people here are fans of Silent Hill, but I've got a lot of other games that I play and enjoy very much outside of Silent Hill, so we might indulge in some stuff outside of the series after this. And there's Angela sitting there, examining the gravestones.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
You already get such a good sense of Angela's character just from this first character intro, this first little meeting with her. Her posture, her arms folded, which is a very common physical response to somebody trying to block others out, trying to cover her chest from a man, you know, who she feels would be looking at her in a sexual way, because that's just what she's been sort of groomed and accustomed to through the sexual abuse of her father and her brother, and through the emotional abuse and manipulation from her mother, who would tell Angela that she deserves to be treated that way. All of these details about her character coming through from how she speaks, how she acts. And again, this was all stuff that was thought about and represented in a PlayStation 2 game in 2001, 25 years ago. Like, that's one of the things that I think a lot of people forget about in the grand scheme of things. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the remake for this game, but this game was doing pretty much all of the things that the remake does do, but at a time when it was just like unheard of. It was very groundbreaking to touch not only on all of these really heavy topics in such a direct way, but to also include so much detail and intention behind the character animations and the mocap and the performances. Like, yeah, they're a little bit more dated and silly sounding compared to the modern standard of video games in terms of like acting quality and things like that, but for the time, like, this was leaps and bounds above anything else. And we actually get some extra dialogue if we come back and talk to Angela again.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
Cerberus says this feels so much like a game you played called Shadow of Destiny, but I keep forgetting Konami made that one too. Angela's such a dynamic and so realistic as a person. I love Shadow of Destiny. So few people know about that game. That is a real hidden gem of the PlayStation 2 era. Shadow of Destiny is such a great game. We'll have to do a playthrough of that on stream at some point. Really, really fantastic game. And it's got Charles Martinet, the voice of Mario, as a weird little homunculus guy. There's some interesting voice cast in that game. It's a great game just in general too. Really cool story with a lot of time travel and interesting stuff.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I guess. I love the extra Angela dialogue. It's just, she's so done with you already, James. Just leave her alone. Sure is quiet, huh? I guess. We're in a graveyard in a place called Silent Hill. I guess it's quiet, huh? And I love the ambient sound effects here. That sound of like something following you. The sounds of like footsteps just kind of off in the distance. There's nothing actually rendered out there that's like stalking you or anything. It's just those sound effects. You can cam hack and look around, and there's nothing actually making, no source for those sounds that you're hearing, but just enough to start making you as the player sort of nervous. You get the feeling that something is watching you, something is following you. Start putting you on edge. And it's New Game Plus, so of course we have the chainsaw waiting for us on the log pile. Right across from Silent Hill Ranch. You can tell this is not the HD collection by looking at this sign. If you see somebody playing this game and they go past this sign, and this sign is in Comic Sans, you know they're playing the HD collection, the worst version of Silent Hill 2 that you can play. Show the back? Oh, I know about the back. We've done full cam hack playthroughs of this game. I don't think you typically get a view of the back of the sign without a cam hack. Yeah, if you don't have a cam hack installed, you don't even really get a view of the back of the sign. But what Terry is referencing there, if you go and watch my cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 2, which is on my YouTube channel, you can see on the back of this sign is the Comic Sans HD collection version of the sign, all crossed out with red paint. So the developers, the fans who put together this mod for the PC version, the enhanced edition, put in a little Easter egg sort of mocking the Comic Sans text and font for the Silent Hill Ranch sign from HD collection. Bloober Team also mocks that Comic Sans sign in the remake. In Silent Hill 2 Remake, if you cam hack and go inside the barn that's part of Silent Hill Ranch, there's a big pile of trash and rubble, and on top of the trash pile is the Comic Sans Silent Hill Ranch sign. So we've got a fan mod that references HD collection being trash, and we've got an official licensed remake that makes fun of it as well. I love that. It's rare that you get something official that pokes fun at a game that was poorly received. And it's unfortunate because there's still a lot of people out there who defend the HD collection for whatever reason. I never understand that sort of mentality. I still see it all the time on the Silent Hill subreddit and stuff like that, where people who are new to the series are asking genuinely, like, if the HD collection's okay, and there's plenty of people who are like, I played it and it was perfectly fine. It's like, I'm like Laura. It's like, are you blind or something? There's so many issues, even if you're not familiar with the original, that are clearly things that are clearly not the way they should be in the HD collection. I don't know how anybody could see it and say it's fine. Like, if you have no other way to play Silent Hill 2, it's better than not playing Silent Hill 2 at all, but people trying to say that it's, like, perfectly fine, are you blind or something? I don't get it. Yeah, I do have full playthroughs on my YouTube channel for the HD collection as well, if you really want to see just how bad it is, because I point out everything, every difference, every change, every glitch, every swapped around texture and sound effect and improperly looping music. They completely forget to put dialogue in an optional cutscene. It's inexcusably bad. There is no perfectly fine about it, by any stretch of the imagination. There's no reason to go back. I'm going to look for Mary. Have you ever seen any bugs? If so, what is your favorite one in this game? I've played pretty much every version of Silent Hill 2 out there many, many, many times over. There's lots of bugs. Some of them are really useful, such as this bug right here. If you examine text and then mash quick save on the PC version, you can actually despawn a lot of things from loading in the game, which allows you to skip cutscenes and invisible walls and things like that. So some of them are very useful for the speedrun like that. I did an emulated version of the original Xbox port of Silent Hill 2 some years back, where when you fight Eddie in the freezer area, Eddie's texture got replaced with one of the corpse textures that's on the ground in that area. I had never seen that bug before that playthrough, and that was a really cool bug. Just seeing Eddie with corpse textures instead of his normal textures is a really interesting visual, even if it was a bug. Here's our Jack Nicholson, Jack Torrance from The Shining cameo. If you look at these shredded posters, it's literally a picture of the iconic Jack Torrance after using the axe to cut through the bathroom door. Here's Johnny scene. It's a screenshot of that with the posters being shredded so they can kind of get away with it. This is one of those things that games can't really get away with these days, having images from properties and licenses that they don't actually have the rights to use. Copyright and things like that were a lot more lax back in the 90s and early 2000s, so you could get away with that kind of stuff. Not these days. Not these days. But I thought only Bloober did that? Defender of... Well, because Bloober references the same thing. They have a very similar poster in the Silent Hill 2 remake, but it's not actually like Jack Nicholson. It's similar but legally distinct. The Roadrunner. Silent Hill Farms. A lot of these little locations from around the town that actually get expanded upon. That's one of the things I do like about the remake. You get more of a visual for Silent Hill Farms and for the Roadrunner. Some of these other locations that you can't enter in the original that you can enter in the remake. Mesmero, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 60 months. That's a lot of love and support. Thank you so much. Thank you for wishing me a happy Partnerversary. Very much appreciated. And Meep, thank you so much for 109 months. Thank you so much, Meep. Much love. Thank you so much for the support. And Meep, longtime friend of the channel and part of our community, who's actually contributed a lot of artwork. Several of our emotes and things were done by Meep. So thank you so much, Meep. It's good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. First aid kit. There's a reference to this first aid kit in the remake. If you come over here next to the flower shop and check the little shelf, there is one of the healing kits, the like metal healing kits that you normally find like a syringe or a health drink in the remake, but it's empty. So you find a little reference to the placement of even that first aid kit. Remake did a great job making all these little Easter eggs and references to things in the OG. Of course, the flower shop celebrating 70 years. Just like me. celebrating 70 years on Twitch. Can you believe it? Time sure flies. Hey, what's up, Three Dog? Good to see you, dude. Hope you've been doing well. And Black Sun, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. Are these marks blood? Hope we get the same for Silent Hill 1 remake. That shadow just now. Better follow it. But I mean, I feel like Bloober Team is going to do a great job with Silent Hill 1 remake. I was one of the biggest Bloober Team haters before the Silent Hill 2 remake. I was not a fan of any of their games before Silent Hill 2 remake. And I had very low expectations of what they would do with Silent Hill 2 remake, and they managed to knock it out of the park, in my opinion. They did fantastic with how they incorporated so many things from the original and so many references to fan theories. The fact that they didn't include just official canon things, but they also included little nods and references to so many things from the fandom and the community. I absolutely love the remake for what it is. It is definitely a love letter to Silent Hill 2. It's not meant to be like a replacement of the original. It is a love letter from developers who are very clearly, deeply invested fans of the games. So I feel like they're going to take that same love and passion into Silent Hill 1 remake, and I think they're going to learn from a lot of the shortcomings of the remake, of Silent Hill 2 remake, to make Silent Hill 1 remake even better, to try to polish out some of the issues that the Silent Hill 2 remake had. So I've got a lot of hope for the Silent Hill 1 remake. I think it's going to turn out well. There's a few things I'm concerned about, but otherwise I think it's going to be fine. One of my biggest concerns is the music. Obviously, they're going to have Akira Yamaoka working with them again, just like he did with Silent Hill 2 remake, but a lot of the music in Silent Hill 2 remake that wasn't done by Yamaoka was done by Arkadiusz Lukowski, who Arkadiusz has been working with Bloober Team for many, many years, and he's a really wonderful composer. He's one of the few musicians out there who I think really worked well and understood Yamaoka's work and managed to make a lot of music that fits in and blends well with Yamaoka's songs. And Arkadiusz is no longer with Bloober Team, so they're going to have a different in-house composer who's new to the team working with Yamaoka. So I'm slightly concerned about the music and the audio for the Silent Hill 1 remake, but I hope they find somebody who is just as talented and understanding of Yamaoka's work to replace Arkadiusz. Tassadul, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you, dude. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of Blood Swamp. So there's never a way to unblock this text, but obviously people data mined this game completely many years ago, so the full sort of unblocked text is known amongst fans these days. But this is the Remains of Blood Swamp. The X meters, so like an undeterminate amount of meters, the X meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for this reason that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So a little monument giving some history of the town. This whole area right here used to be swamp and was nicknamed Blood Swamp because of the executioners. We get a little bit of our first few hints of the darker history of the town. The executioners washing their bloody tools in the swamp right below where we are walking. And the idea that the townspeople thought they were seeing ghosts. Maybe actual ghosts, maybe manifestations. But it still gives you that idea that the town and its history has affected the way people sort of think about it and perceive the area, and that things are already creepy and spooky, even if it's not full-on otherworld the way we experience it from the protagonist's point of view. I know it's impossible to say, but is this description something that would actually appear in Silent Hill normally, or is the mention of executioners more of a James thing, given his delusions? I mean, that's totally up to interpretation. Personally, I would say that it's something that is real. It's something that is there not just for James. It's a legitimate part of the town's history. And if you've ever gone to any sort of older, any of the older cities and towns and places, especially in like the original colonies in the United States, it's very similar. It's very similar to that in real life. If you go to different places around Maine, there are monuments that tell you about the people who died from war and from sickness and the way things have changed since they became a state. It's a common thing in actual, American history in a lot of places. So it would not shock me if that is a real monument that actually exists in the town, and it's not something just there specifically for James. We get a little reference to this area in the remake as well. In the remake, this is all blocked off with the idea that a crime scene has occurred, which actually does get referenced if we return to this spot later on after Brookhaven Hospital. But because the remake changes where you get the wood plank and where you encounter the first lying figure, they put a few references to this interaction here. They show you the pathway leading to this tunnel, but they block that pathway off, and they give you the entrance of this tunnel. They move it to the pathway leading into town in the remake. So you get a little flashback to the original. One of those great little references that's in the remake. See this shot right here from the other side of the chain link fence? The remake uses this shot for one of the movie posters in the theater area as well. There's also a screen cap of that same camera view in Silent Hill 3 in the subway.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
And our corpse here. It's very difficult to see because of the camera view and everything, but a lot of the corpses that you interact with throughout the course of this game resemble James himself. And there's always been a lot of different fan theories behind why that is. Especially like after Silent Hill 2 Remake, a lot of people lean very heavily into the loop theory idea that these are all previous Jameses that came into the town and died and failed their, progression through what the town wanted for them. I don't view it that way. If you view it that way, that's fine. There's no official confirmation about it one way or the other. But considering the way everything else is designed in this game, James's subconscious is essentially being projected into his reality around him. This game plays very heavily into individual perception being different from person to person. That two people, both existing in the same reality at the same time, perceive it differently. Like, what I see as the color red might not be what you see as the color red. It's just whatever that particular shade of light is in our brains. We've been taught to call it red, but if you could crawl inside my head and look through my eyes, what I see as red might be different from what you see as red. But we wouldn't know because we call it the same thing. It's that same concept of people having different types of perceptions on reality. And this game really heavily emphasizes that James's subconscious is painting the way reality looks to him. And he's seeing it differently from the way Angela is seeing reality, the way Eddie is seeing reality. They're seeing aspects of their subconscious. So for James, he came to the town to take his own life. The story of this game is James having killed Mary, and obviously we're spoiling the 25-year-old game. I'm sorry for anyone who's new and never seen Silent Hill 2 before, but that's what we do here. He killed Mary just before coming to the town, and he gets to the town with the intention of taking his own life. The in-water ending was the original ending written by the dev team. It's not considered a canon ending because they wanted to leave it all open for interpretation, for any ending to be potentially valid. But the in-water ending is the ending they had in mind when they created the story initially. So with that ending in mind, James came to the town with the intention of taking his own life. The idea of suicide, his own death, is something that is weighing very heavily in his subconscious. And it's projecting itself into the environment through these corpses that look like him. So that's how I interpret these. That's how a lot of fans interpret these as well. Again, a lot of these aspects are very heavily hinted at through developer commentary and supplementary materials, but it's never anything that's really 100% confirmed. So your interpretation may be different, but it's just as valid.
Yeah. This thing broken?
Why did you kill me?
What the? I better take it anyway.
You can hear Mary's voice on the radio, straight up saying, "Why did you kill me?" One of those things that during a first playthrough, even during follow-up playthroughs. A lot of fans do not pick up on that subtle radio voice. But once you hear it, once you're listening for it, it's impossible to ignore. Girls, girls, girls. We've got a Heaven's Night billboard, very worn out there. Some more foreshadowing to Heaven's Night, which we'll be visiting later. And of course, now we actually start to see lying figures, manifestations, representations of Mary shaking and thrashing around in her death throes as she was smothered by James. Again, all of these aspects of James's subconscious, the guilt over what he did to Mary, all portraying themselves in different ways throughout the game, giving you some clues as to what actually happened without just telling you outright. Really brilliant design. So I guess you're a tank control dude, not a directional dude. Absolutely, Terry. I am tank control all the way. Tank control all the way. Here's where we get one of our more clear shots of one of the corpses that resembles James, just with the very disfigured face and head. And there's reference to this in the remake as well. There's a little flashback moment that you can trigger in the remake where this same fence, this exact same blood pattern that's under the corpse, all of this is still there in the remake, only the corpse is moved out into the street instead of being leaned up here against the fence. Got the apartment gate key. So that's going to get us into Woodside Apartments. If you take a look at it in your inventory, old looking key that I found in town with Woodside Apartments taped onto it. I love that artwork too. The piece of tape, the rusted key, the like stained shred of paper with Woodside written on it. Really great artwork. A lot of this was very painstakingly recreated and upresed by the Enhanced Edition team. They did a fantastic job with this mod for the PC port. While we're here in the inventory, let's also take a look at our letter from Mary. Definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Over the course of this game, remember I told you just a moment ago that James came to the town specifically to take his own life? A lot of people will say, well, didn't he come here because of the letter? The letter is an excuse. This is not real. This was James's excuse to block out his actual reason for coming to the town. And over the course of the game, it's revealed to you that this letter is not real if you're paying attention. Later on, if you go to examine the letter after the Eddie fight, the paper that the letter is written on will just be blank. And then after you watch the VHS tape in the hotel, the paper inside the envelope is completely gone, and you just have an empty envelope. And then finally, after you defeat the two pyramid heads, which is symbolic of James breaking free of his delusion, the letter is completely removed from your inventory. to show you that this was never real. This is not what brought James to the town. Yeah, even the games, when you get to the hotel elevator, where you're expected to put all of your items on a shelf, otherwise you can't ride the elevator, you're still allowed to keep this letter and this photo of Mary. Although the photo is real. The photo is real. James shows it to people like Angela, and Angela still sees it, perceives it as what it is. So that's one of your kind of clues to what things are real and what are not. It's interesting with the elevator. The elevator might not have necessarily been an intentional clue to the letter being real or not. It might just be a byproduct of how the game was coded. Because if the elevator is essentially just checking to see if there's any items in your inventory that you picked up, then those items, because these are the only two items you start with in your inventory, you never pick them up, they're not flagged as typical items in the game code. So the elevator thing might just be kind of a happy accident, a little byproduct of the game's coding. Just not, it lets you take them because you just never picked them up. They're not flagged as typical items the way everything else in the game is. But it works. It still works. Even if it's not intended that way, it works to convey that same idea. And obviously the letter disappearing is intentional, just to emphasize the idea of it not being something real. Hey Lila, thank you so much. There's the pet center. Again, a lot of these locations you actually can go inside of in the remake. The pet center, for example, is where you get half of the dog key. And I Love Groovy Music, where you get the record for the jukebox. We find another James corpse over here. There's a memo pad on the ground. We're going to have to deal with this first. You can enter the hotel elevator having Mary's photo and letter in your inventory. Yep. And it works in the original and in the remake. Those are the only two items that you're allowed to have with you on the elevator. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. So this is fun. I like the way these notes are presented, because not only are they kind of creepy, fourth wall breaking, but they are ways of the game giving you a tutorial. It's giving you clues about actual game mechanics, instead of it being a tutorial that pops up on your screen like something like Silent Hill F, where they just pop up a little tutorial to tell you, here's how your sanity meter works. This game gives you game mechanics in the form of in-lore notes. So you go and look at this. A torn memo page is on the ground. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain, but my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? So the game's giving you some clues as to how the manifestations work. They are unique to an individual's perception. Two people right next to each other can be looking at a manifestation, and one will see something and the other will see something entirely different, or nothing at all. It's the same way with our characters in Silent Hill 2. The monsters are manifestations. James perceives them in one way, the way that we see them as a player, but somebody like Laura doesn't see them at all. But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, One thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. Yeah, doesn't matter if it's a manifestation or if it's real or however you perceive it. If you're stuck here and seeing monsters, you're kind of fucked, no matter how you see it. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. These are gameplay tips in the form of lore, in the form of notes within the universe of the game. I wish more games did this instead of just giving you a tutorial. The monsters are attracted to light. If you've got your flashlight on, they see you from further away. They become aggressive at a further distance. They also react strongly to sound. If there's multiple lying figures around you and you stop and shoot one, and there's another one nearby that hasn't seen or perceived you yet, you shoot it, the one nearby will hear the gunshots and also start coming towards you. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Now, there's not like an in-game mechanic of James getting scared and missing his shots or anything like that, but if you're the type of person who panics when you play horror games, you might have a hard time dealing with stuff. You fumble your controls. So this is them telling you, try to relax. Don't get all crazy with fear. Take good aim, squeeze the trigger, and don't forget to finish them off. Don't forget to finish them off. You have to actually stomp them while they're on the ground to finish them off. And I've seen people miss this note or not pay attention to it for their first playthroughs. I've seen people make posts on the Silent Hill subreddit. I've seen people stream the game for their first time on Twitch and YouTube and not realize that you're supposed to go and stomp creatures. They're like, why are these creatures so tanky? I shoot them and they fall down, and then they get up, and then I shoot them and they fall down, and they get up, and I don't know what to do. I'm wasting all my ammo. Pay attention to the in-game notes, giving you hints, giving you tips. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. And here's the most important gameplay tip. This applies to almost every Silent Hill game. Run away. You are not meant to fight the majority of monsters in the Silent Hill games. If you spend the time looking for the resources, you can. You can find enough heals, you can find enough ammo, but you are not meant to engage in combat with every single thing that you come across. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. Thank you for sharing all the links for everybody who's new here. Ancient Oleander. Also, I feel like you're probably long overdue for this, but I'm going to make you a moderator. Ancient Oleander. Welcome to the mod squad. Again, I appreciate all the love and support you've had for the channel and for our community since you've been here. Thank you so much. You're pretty much already doing moderator duties, so we might as well make it official. Give you the sword. Can I make custom icons for moderator icons? Does Twitch let me do that? Can I change it to like a little green great knife? I'm not sure if they let me do that. That big kick. These bugs crawling around, which is interesting. A lot of times, and even myself for a long time, I just kind of thought of the bugs as like, well, they just needed another enemy, and bugs are creepy. And with Silent Hill 2, Masahiro Ito has gone on record as saying, like, the monsters, the manifestations, are also specific to James. And they're all meant to represent aspects of James's subconscious, which is why there are specifically 9 different types of monsters in this game. 10 if you count the bugs. But that's why there's like 9 red squares in the final save point. It's meant to represent those 9 manifestations of James's subconscious, each one representing each of the different monsters. The lying figures, the nurses, the abstract daddy, pyramid head, Maria, Boss Mary. What am I forgetting? Mannequins. What am I forgetting? But there's 9 total. My brain failing me. But anyway, Masahiro Ito had commented about the bugs on social media because people asked, well, what about the bugs if they're not part of it? Mandarins, thank you. With the bugs, Ito said that they are a remnant from Alessa. A lot of people treat Silent Hill 2 as its own standalone story that is sort of unrelated to Silent Hill 1, and for the most part, it's not. It's not a direct sequel. It's not directly related to the events of Silent Hill 1, but it is still an intentional inclusion of the bugs to show that Alessa's presence and her effect on the town and her effect on the other world, even at this point, is still carrying forward. Like, there is still some aspect of Alessa's influence on the other world and on the town represented through those bugs. So I always thought that was a really cool detail that Ito shared with us. That's it. The Mandarin and the Fleshlet. Those are the ones I was forgetting. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. For now, it's locked. We'll have to come back here once it's dark. Some more foreshadowing as to what you're supposed to do much later in the game. Here we are at Woodside Apartments. That confirms Silent Hill 2 is after the first game in the timeline? Somewhat. There's still a lot of debate around the timeline, what makes sense to people, what doesn't make sense to people. There's a lot of conflicting information, even from developers themselves. I think it's best to kind of keep a Doctor Who mindset when it comes to timelines in Silent Hill 2. They're wibbly wobbly timey-wimey stuff. Sometimes certain things line up and make sense. A lot of times they don't. And you know what? I'm all for that. I'm all for nothing being 100% definitive, because reality is just so distorted around Silent Hill that it's not just affecting physical locations, it's not just affecting individual perception, it's not just something that happens in your head, you're not just hallucinating and running through a town killing people. It literally is affecting time and matter and reality. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. And here we get our flashlight from the mannequin wearing Mary's clothes. You can check Mary's photo just to see what she's wearing in the photo, the way James remembers her, and the fact that that is being projected into reality. His thoughts of Mary are coloring his perception of reality. To have this dress be here on this mannequin. Totally missed the fact that mannequins did not set off the radio until they moved in the original, until you played remake. Yep. And you can see we've even got a mannequin right here on the ground playing dead until you touch the flashlight, until you pick it up and it starts moving. There's a note with a cutout magazine article attached to it. There's a title written on the front side. Searching for another conclusion. A lot of people miss this note in Silent Hill 2 OG. There's similar notes in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Whenever you do a New Game Plus run, you can go into the bookstore in town, and there are some books that are titled the same way, Searching for Another Conclusion, that give you hints how to get different endings other than the one you've already previously gotten. That same thing is here in Silent Hill 2 Original, but this is a very easily overlooked and missed note. Choosing death. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt that I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me into this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself while thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway, so I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people, and it didn't bother me, even when friendships grew distant. So these are your clues to the in-water ending. Play stupid and dangerous. Go out of your way to take damage. Don't heal right away. Stop talking to people and grow distant with friendships. Avoid Maria. Don't spend too much time around her. Don't focus on her. So you avoid Maria. You avoid those aspects. You play dangerously. You don't heal often. These are all things that contribute towards getting the in-water ending. Arms and legs scattered all over the sofa. Luckily, they came from a mannequin. Just a mannequin. But these clothes. I wonder why they didn't use mannequins in the movie instead of the awful spider. They're one of the visual artists who worked on Return to Silent Hill recently shared that they fully modeled and animated traditional mannequins, like the way they look in the game, for that movie. And they just decided against using them. Like, they were there. They were made. They were animated. They were supposed to be there. And they got cut from the final version of the movie and replaced with spider booties. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Use the stick. You have a wooden stick. You fool.
Ow!
Ha ha.
Hey, wait!
Damn it.
I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? First little interaction with Laura. You're the one who stepped on my hand. Then we have the gun room, where we get our handgun. You can see the room is just all shot up, completely covered with bullet holes. Shell casings and stuff everywhere on the ground. And I actually really like the way the remake handled this room. There's some really cool stuff in the remake. With this room in particular. So here, I mean, you come in and you kind of get the general implication something crazy happened here, where there's bullet holes everywhere, and you pick up the gun just sitting inside this grocery cart. A lot of fans speculate that the gun in the grocery cart, this is not anything that was ever officially confirmed, but a lot of fans speculate that this is sort of some subtle commentary on how easy it is to obtain firearms in the United States. You literally, like, I live in Georgia. If I want a gun, I can go to Walmart and buy a gun. In Japan, it is practically impossible to get guns. So for a Japanese developer team looking at American gun culture and how easily they can be obtained, like bought at a grocery store, essentially, that must have been a very jarring, different, cultural difference that a lot of people speculate maybe they're referencing something like that by placing the gun in this way. In the remake, when you pick up the gun for the first time, in this room, same or similar setup where everything is all shot up, but there is a TV sitting on a little stand next to where you pick up the gun. And if you are practicing aiming the gun right after you pick it up, if you aim at the TV, James will fire off a shot, whether you actually press the button to shoot or not. So the remake has this extra little layer of kind of a jump scare almost, of if you pick up the gun in the remake and then start aiming around the room, James will just fire off a shot if you point at the TV, kind of showing that he's got bad trigger discipline, that he's not, familiar with handling weapons and guns. And it gives the player a nice little scare. It kind of ties in a little bit with a note that you find, kind of implying, again, some aspect of loop theory that neighbors were complaining about gunshots that they kept hearing in that apartment, but anytime the apartment staff went to go check on it, they never found evidence of a gun being there. The idea that James keeps looping into that alternate universe version of the apartment and pointing the gun and accidentally having it go off, and people in some alternate reality are hearing it go off. There's a lot of fun implications with that room and getting that gun in the remake. Similar to how there are in this. Again, just slightly different things they wanted to kind of hint at. Heavy Viper. Little Gradius reference, another Konami game referenced in the graffiti there. And right here, one of my favorite examples of some really clever audio design. When you walk down this hallway, you're going to trigger a scream that James sort of stops and looks around to see where it came from. The way this scream is engineered from an audio perspective is really, really clever. There are two different screams that are layered over each other in a very particular way, so that to the listener, your brain will usually only interpret it one way or the other. You'll hear what sounds like a baby screaming, and you can hear what sounds like a man screaming with kind of a high-pitched voice. But because of the way the audio has been layered, it's hard to hear it as both, even when you know that's what the audio file is. It's sort of like a little auditory illusion where your brain will interpret it one way or the other. So let me know in chat when this sound plays at the end of the hallway. What do you hear? Do you hear the baby or do you hear the man? Which scream do you hear? And there it is. Metcher hears the baby. Web Talks hears the man. See, it's interesting. It's like half and half. Maybe. It's a ban. Is it a ban or a maybe? Spippy. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. Manzy. I'm giving it to the baby. And then we get our first appearance of Pyramid Head. Turn off your flashlight and you can see he even radiates with his own personal glowy red aura. Setting off the radio so you know he's not anything good. As if his appearance didn't give that away. I love this kind of introduction. I absolutely love this kind of introduction. There's not a cutscene. There is no dialogue. There is no text if you try to examine the fence where it says, like, oh, what's that? Just, there he is, watching you while you watch him. No pomp and circumstance. Don't make a big theatrical deal about it. He's just there. I find that so much creepier, so much scarier than having it be like a cutscene or having some dialogue or anything. It's so much weirder. Where it's just like, yep, He's here now. You just have to deal with that. You don't get to examine him super close. He's not trying to kill you right away. It's not a big action scene. It's not a big drama scene. He's just there. Standing there menacingly. I love it. We have the key to room 202 and yet another James corpse. One of the most recognizable James corpses because the head has not been disfigured, so you can clearly see that's James's hair from the back. Just a little darker.
Oh my God. Who could have?
Oh my God. Who could have? He's dead. Who could have done this? It's also foreshadowing to James sitting in front of the TV watching the VHS tape in the hotel towards the end of the game. Wonderful visual setup. And I didn't come in here first, but if you examine this room first before going and picking up the gun and the flashlight, that chair is back here where the bloodstain starts. And then it slides up to the TV and has the corpse in it. This note, it must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. A little clue towards the clock puzzle over here. Clock is stopped at 1:53 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It is locked. I can't touch the needles of the clock like this. The solution to this puzzle is always the same, but the starting position of the hands before you solve it is randomized every time you play the game. And because of the nature of the Silent Hill 2 speedrun, there is a method that essentially is used by speedrunners to manipulate the RNG, the randomness of all the puzzles throughout your playthrough. And speedrunners, when they've played this game so much and gotten so used to doing that RNG manipulation, you can actually tell what seed you're on based on the starting position of those clock hands. So really talented speedrunners who've played the game and memorized a certain group of seeds that they always start on, because your seed is determined as soon as you start the game. The amount of time you spend on the title screen is what determines what seed you will get, which determines what all of the randomized puzzle solutions will be. So really talented speedrunners will be able to see that clock and know, oh, I'm on seed number 158, where the clock hands start at this particular time. So now I know the next randomized puzzle, like all of the randomized puzzles for the rest of the playthrough, are going to be the ones that line up with that seed. So they'll know what the solution to the briefcase is in the hotel. They'll know which rope to pull for the arsonist puzzle. Like, all of that you can determine with enough experience and just by looking at that clock. This game, the modern speedrun route for this game with RNG manipulation is really crazy. Also, one of my favorite visual effects in this game that is not in the remake, the moths react to your light. There's moths in this room. Moths play a big symbolic part. Moths and butterflies play a really big symbolic role in this game. And if you come in here with your light on, you can see they follow you around with your light. And if you turn the light off, they fly away from you. They go back towards other light sources until you turn your light back on, and then they track to you. I was kind of disappointed that the remake didn't keep this effect in the game. They have the reverse version of this effect with all of the bugs crawling around on surfaces, where if you point your flashlight towards all the crawly bugs, they sort of scatter away from the light. But in the moth room, it's just sort of like a visual overlay with the moth particle effects all doing their own thing. They don't react to you or your light at all. Kind of a minor detail, but something that I've always really loved about the Silent Hill 2 original, and I was kind of surprised it wasn't in the remake. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. Nothing else of interest here. And the moths and the butterflies, all symbolic of rebirth. The idea of being a caterpillar that goes into a cocoon and emerges as a butterfly or as a moth. When we meet Maria, she is a essentially reborn, recreated version of Mary, has a butterfly tattoo representing that aspect of rebirth. Mary herself, in her letter, in the real version of the letter, writes about her sickness and being stuck in the hospital as being wrapped in a cocoon of pain and loneliness. There's a lot of references to moths and butterflies and the sort of transfer of a caterpillar becoming a butterfly after going through a cocoon. So we see lots of references to butterflies and moths. It's also a little bit of a callback to Silent Hill 1, where Alessa collected bugs, specifically moths and butterflies. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Investigate. And thank you for sharing that, Oleander. The Black Witch is considered a harbinger of death in Mexican and Caribbean folklore. In many cultures, one of the moths flying into the house is considered bad luck. Example, in Mexico, when there is sickness in a house and this moth enters, it's believed the sick person will die. What's interesting, and I've done a lot of delving into kind of this symbolism of these things, with moths and butterflies, depending on the culture and depending on what sort of folklore you're looking at, there is other cultures that view it as the exact opposite, where moths and butterflies are seen as a representation of life, as a representation of growth, as a representation of transformation and rebirth, just as much as other cultures view them as a sign of sickness or death. So it can really go any number of ways depending on what culture you look at. And there's no real way of knowing what the developers had in mind when including symbolism like this. Sometimes they're open about it and they talk about what influenced them and inspired them and specifically what cultures they drew from. But the developers drew from a huge mix of things, from cultures all over the world, from different religions, from alchemy and real-world occultism. There's all of these different things that factor into how they sort of created the lore, the symbolism, the meanings behind the stuff that they use in the games. And they just kind of throw it all into a blender. They pick and choose the meanings and symbolisms and things that they really like, that they think fit thematically, sometimes altering or changing them for the purpose of how they're used in the Silent Hill story. So it's something to kind of keep in mind, that a lot of the symbolism in these games can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. And this is always your solution for the clock puzzle. 10 past 9 and 15 seconds to remove the nail that stops time, that keeps this clock, that's the message on the side of the clock, from blocking the hole in the wall that we can pass through here. And in this game, in the original, this time is not particularly significant. It's always the solution to this puzzle, but this is the only time that 10 past 9 on the clock is referenced in the original Silent Hill 2. In Silent Hill 2 Remake, they reference it constantly. Every single clock, I went through the game and checked, every single clock except for 2 of them in the entire game has 10 past 9 and 15 seconds on the clock. So Remake kind of took this puzzle solution and tried to expand it into something more meaningful, likely hinting at the time of Mary's death. Whereas in the original, it's not treated that way at all. It is just sort of a puzzle solution. Okay, really quickly, I need to take a short break. Make sure I'm standing up, stretching my legs, using the restroom, getting some more water as we go through the stream tonight, because I do want to try to go as long as I possibly can. We should finish up. We're going to finish up Silent Hill 2 no matter what. I'd like to play some more games after this. We'll see what we get to, but yeah, I'm going to need to periodically take some breaks. We're coming up on almost 3 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and take my first break now and be back in just a bit. Let's get back to Silent Hill. Here's the other side of the little fence area where Pyramid Head was standing. Again, James doesn't really comment or say anything here. Little interesting bit of trivia. You can see this fence is not a very typical gate. It's not symmetrical. It just sort of looks like random metal pipes or rebar just sort of jammed in between the walls and the floor and the ceiling. It's not like a proper symmetrical fence or anything. So it's very recognizable because it's not symmetrical. Silent Hill 4 reuses this as an asset inside one of the apartments. When you get to the Nightmare apartment world, they just kind of stick it in a random corner of one of the apartment buildings. Oh no, tea is the same way as coffee. Bugs. I did research. Yep. It's going to ruin your worldview. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to curse you with that knowledge. I love this scene. Yeah, it is a very direct reference to Blue Velvet. David Lynch, very, very influential on Team Silent when they were creating all of the original Silent Hill games. There's so many different pieces of media, books, TV, movies, all sorts of things that they drew influence and inspiration from. But Stephen King and David Lynch are probably the biggest two that they borrowed the most directly from. And yeah, very clear, distinct reference here to David Lynch and Blue Velvet. With that scene, we get the courtyard key. What part of Blue Velvet is this in reference to? Been a while since I saw the movie. When Kyle MacLachlan's character sneaks into Isabella Rossellini's apartment and is hiding in her closet, and Frank Booth, Dennis Hopper, shows up and sexually abuses Isabella Rossellini's character, and then he's stuck in the closet watching. So that is the almost shot-for-shot reference that this is in reference to. And there's things that I like about the way this scene happens in the original game, like we just saw. And there's things that I really like about how this is handled in the remake. The remake version of this scene really downplays the more sexualized tone of Pyramid Head abusing the mannequins. And it's been confirmed. You know, that's definitely why a lot of fans assumed that this was meant to be some representation of sexual abuse between Pyramid Head and the mannequins. Which Masahiro Ito, like, he created these creatures. He, directed that cutscene. Those were all things that Ito worked with directly. And he's gone on record saying that one of my favorite Masahiro Ito quotes of all time, he ain't fucking. He very flatly said Pyramid Head was not fucking when referring to fans asking him about this sequence on social media. So it was not intended to be perceived in that way, but it is obviously still meant to be disturbing and suggestive. And I think the fact that so many people did interpret it that way is the intended reaction. He said he ain't fucking and then gave us all the recipe for fuck toast. That he did. I still want to do a cooking stream one day. And make fuck toast. I think that would be a really fun stream to do sometime. He also shared a recipe for like vodka in ice cream. That does not sound as good as fuck toast, but if I ever get around to doing a cooking stream, I'll include that and try it. night. So we picked up a heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice from the hallway on the first floor. One of the more obtuse puzzles in this game. We come back to the trash chute that had the blockage in it. And we drop the juice to push the blockage all the way through. One of those things that a lot of people kind of got stuck on back in the day and still get stuck on playing this game blind, just because going to the end of that dead-end hallway to pick up the juice in the first place, it's kind of an out-of-the-way spot for it to be, that a lot of people will just overlook it and then not realize that they were supposed to come back to this garbage chute and do anything with it. But here it is. You like my theory about it originally being alcohol? That is just one of my own personal, theories, headcanons. There's nothing to support it. But the way the canned juice is designed, to me, it looks more like cans of alcohol, like cider, apple cider or something like that. And if you play into the idea where later on we find some dialogue where James talks about being an alcoholic, it is part of his character. When Mary started getting sick, he mentions how alone he was. And we're going to examine some alcohol bottles in Heaven's Night, where James says he used to drink a fair bit to get away from the pain and the loneliness. So the idea that James struggled with alcoholism as a coping mechanism for dealing with Mary's illness, the idea of him having to pick up an alcoholic beverage, like a case of apple cider, and then discard it in the trash, like, reflects something about his character. It was something that he used to cope, and he doesn't have to use that anymore now that he's sort of made up his mind about taking his life, now that he's already taken Mary's life. So if it was something intended that way, it works with his character very well. But again, that's a personal theory of mine. There's nothing to indicate that the canned juice was ever meant to be some type of alcohol like that. Just a thought on my part. The new scene in the remake in Heaven's Night, the way they express James's alcoholism, was very good. Without having direct dialogue or anything referencing it, just expressing it through Maria offering him a drink and seeing his expressions and body language throughout that scene was a really nice way of giving that aspect of his character some realism without being over the top or overt. Definitely like that a lot in the remake. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin, old man. What's this? Some gossip magazine, huh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. So this is our first mention of Walter Sullivan in the series. Walter Sullivan, of course, plays a huge role in Silent Hill 4 as the primary antagonist. Although there is something about this that I feel like a lot of fans misunderstand. The series for Silent Hill was not written as a franchise. A lot of people think that this is included as a way of like foreshadowing the events of Silent Hill 4. It's the other way around. When they finally got around to making Silent Hill 4, they went back to lore and notes that already existed in this game and chose this one and decided to expand on it. They didn't already have the story for Silent Hill 4 written when they were making Silent Hill 2. And there's plenty of evidence to show that that's, not the case. The sheer fact that Silent Hill 3 went through about 4 different iterations before we got the Silent Hill 3 that we know. Like, there was an original version of Silent Hill 3 that the team was working on that was going to be completely unrelated to Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 2, and that was going to be an on-rail shooter, similar to the way the Silent Hill arcade game wound up being. That idea got scrapped. There was a completely separate version of Silent Hill 3 that was also unrelated to 1 and 2 that developers like Masahiro Ito have talked about, where they were exploring different ways to try and express types of horror, and that it was, a darker story that had aspects of like sunlight as part of it. That idea got scrapped. It was only after the reception, the mixed reception of Silent Hill 2, mostly in Japan, where a lot of fans, some in North America and around the rest of the world, but mostly in Japan, there were a lot of fans upset that Silent Hill 2 was not a direct continuation of Silent Hill 1. People wanted to see what happened to Harry Mason, what happened to the baby, what happened with the cult. What were all these plot points that got left open at the end of Silent Hill 1? And why are they not part of Silent Hill 2? So in response to that mixed reception and their first couple failed ideas for Silent Hill 3, they decided to make Silent Hill 3 a direct sequel to the story of Silent Hill 1. And that's the version that released and what we got. But the fact that they didn't even have an idea of what they were going to do with 3, they scrapped multiple ideas before they landed on what they were going to do with 3. They definitely didn't have ideas for what they were going to do with 4 until they started actually making the game. So there's a lot of fans who think that this is an indication that Silent Hill 4 was like already planned and already written out when Silent Hill 2 was made because of these Walter Sullivan references. That is not the case. That is not the way game development works. That's not the way the pipeline worked for the series. At this point, they were still sort of making this an anthology series where the games were going to be these individual stories that all centered around the town itself, but otherwise were not directly related to each other. So it's the other way around. It's not that 4 was already written and in mind. It's that when it came time to make 4, they looked back at some of the existing lore, they saw Walter Sullivan as an interesting character, and decided to expand on that. And there's one of the famous falling animations for Silent Hill 2 that hurt Guy Seehee, literally hurt his legs and back. Guy has talked about that in interviews and with fans and things, that when he was recording the mocap, he remembers recording all of the falling animations the most because of how painful it was to do all those falls. And they completely removed all of the fall animations from Remake. Like, there's still scripted ones, like when he's getting up after jumping through the holes, but you can't just like do this, where you drop off of a part of the environment and see James fall while you're in control. Not able to do that in the remake. Alright, if you don't deal with puking sounds and things like that, this is your chance to mute the stream while I talk about Eddie. Because we're about to have our first encounter with Eddie Dombrowski, one of our other characters, main characters of the game. We've already met Angela, and now we're about to meet Eddie. And they sort of work as moral parallels to James. So, with Eddie, there's a lot to take in about his character. The idea that he is killing people as he goes through the town. It's been confirmed by Masahiro Ito that they're not real people, that Eddie never killed any real people. He did shoot a person in the leg. He did kill that football player who he shot in the leg. He killed their dog, but then that's when he ran away and eventually found his way into Silent Hill to hide from the police. And he's not used to killing people. So him being in the toilet, in the bathroom, puking his guts out, and seeing the legs and the bloody refrigerator, all of this alludes to Eddie having experienced his first kill and is having a very visceral reaction to it, where he's throwing up. Which, if you listen to a lot of stories from soldiers and people who've been in like active combat scenarios where they've had to kill opposing soldiers and kill people themselves in real life, this is a very common reaction when somebody takes the life of another. You feel nauseous, you throw up, you get overwhelmed with like anxiety. It's a very common reaction, and it's sort of hinted that that's what Eddie is kind of experiencing here. Even if it isn't a real person, if it's a manifestation, the way Masahiro Ito says, to Eddie it might as well be real. There's no difference there. And then as far as the actual puking sound, the performance, so this is Dave Schaufley. Dave Schaufley, who did the voice and mocap for the original Eddie, very dedicated to this scene. Originally, the developers wanted to record him just sort of dry heaving and doing his best kind of puking, fake puking noise. And Dave Schaufley told the developers, this would have been the casting director, Jeremy Blaustein. He told Jeremy, like, I can puke on command. If you give me a cup with some water, I can sip it and throw it back up into the cup, and you can record that. And that's what they did. And that's what you're hearing. Those watery sounds that are part of the puking sound, those are not added sound effects. That's Dave Schaufley throwing up into a cup in the sound booth. Dedication to the craft. Even more so, keep in mind, as disgusting as that sound is, because it's very realistic, because it is essentially real, and as kind of gross as this whole first intro scene is with Eddie, Masashi Tsuboyama and some Takayoshi Sato in some interviews with gaming magazines back in the day, they mentioned that they had a completely different scene that they recorded for this first version of meeting Eddie that was apparently much more grotesque. It was much more visceral. It was much more gross. Apparently, Eddie was supposed to be like covered in puke when you see him, and he was supposed to be like slipping on it in the bathroom as he tries to turn around and talk to James. It was supposed to be way more gross than it is in the final version of the game. What happened was they recorded the mocap, they started making the renders for that scene, and then there was a really bad thunderstorm that knocked all the power out of their offices. So they lost the mocap data, they lost the render data, and Takayoshi Sato himself said, "We took that as a sign from God to tone the scene down." So when they redid it, they toned it down to what we see in the final game. What the? Who could have done this?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
Reaver. Acidic Reaver, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you gifting a sub to Alex Stein X. Alex, enjoy the sub, courtesy of Reaver. Thank you so much. Liquid Plague asks, did I like Return to Silent Hill? My wife and I went and saw it on opening night in theaters, and we had fun. We laughed a lot. I did not like it as a representation of Silent Hill 2. I would not call it a good movie. But my wife and I watch bad movies for fun and for entertainment. We have a lot of fun watching shitty movies. And it was, to us, the fun type of shitty movie. But we do have a full review of that. That we did right after seeing it in the theaters. We came home and recorded a review, streamed a review of it. So that's up on my YouTube channel if you'd like to check that out and kind of get more detail, more thoughts from both me and my wife. We've also got some extra dialogue with Eddie here, very similar to when we met Angela.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Not a whole lot, just James checking in, seeing if Eddie's okay. Yeah, I guess. And I sort of pointed out with Angela. She's looking around a graveyard. She's folding her arms. She's displaying body language, her voice performance. There's a lot of little clues to Angela's story when you very first meet her. Things that allude to her abuse, things that allude to how she's perceiving the world, how she's looking for her family, things that just kind of give you hints towards what she's here for, what her story is. Eddie's the same way. If you look at this bedroom right across from the bathroom where you first meet Eddie, you get little clues about Eddie as well. Eddie's here after shooting a football player in the knee. And if you look around, there are football posters all over the walls. You can see these are like actual posters, actual football posters too. They've been slightly edited to kind of change the team logos and numbers, but that is 100% a like 90s era Dallas Cowboys Emmitt Smith poster. I may have had this exact poster when I was a kid, when I was actually a Cowboys fan growing up in Texas. But yeah, all these similar posters. That one, I think they put the Konami logo on the helmet. Very similar to the old Konami logo. So we kind of get little hints towards Eddie shooting the football player in the leg with RIP written next to the poster, even though he did not kill that football player, which is confirmed both by the in-game dialogue and by developers like Masahiro Ito. You can see a sports magazine and a football laying on the ground here as well. So some little hints towards what Eddie did, why Eddie's here. Can unlock this door. A little bit of graffiti here, to hell. But if you go through, it just takes you to the stairwell, the eastern stairwell. But before we start going through that, there is an interesting note here, a sightseeing brochure for the town. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. So again, you're getting little glimpses into kind of the history of Silent Hill. Silent Hill is a tourist town. It thrives on tourism. It originally was made with coal mining that was going on. Although, very common misconception about the coal mines catching fire. That's entirely an aspect of the movie inspired by Centralia, Pennsylvania. That's not the case for the games. In the games, there was a coal mine, the Wiltz coal mine, but nothing happened to it. They just mined out all of the coal, so the town's economy started to collapse. And in order to maintain itself, they switched over to tourism. So that's when things like the hotel were built, things like the amusement park were built, and the town kind of became the tourist town that it is in this game's present day. This same Roger Widmark article can also be found in Silent Hill 3, as well as the Silent Hill 2 remake. Although in Silent Hill 2 Remake, you don't find it in the apartments. You find it in Rosewater Park. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. Also on the radio in Silent Hill 4, there's a similar advertisement for Silent Hill as a tourist destination on the radio in Silent Hill 4, yeah. Okay, this is tradition for my story playthroughs of Silent Hill 2. In the remake, it's absolutely necessary to stick your hand in the toilet. You have to do it. It's necessary for progression. One of the clock hands that you need for the clock puzzle in that version of the game is inside this gross toilet. In this game, in the original, this is entirely optional. If you stick your hand in this toilet, it's to get a wallet that contains a code to open up this safe, which has some extra supplies in it, some ammo and some healing stuff. So for me, what I like to do is make James stick his hand in this toilet. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Let's take it out. Looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. 3 right, 4 left, 1 right, 2. That is crazy safe combo RNG, by the way. I've never seen 1, 2, 3, 4. Even like mixed out of order. That's kind of neat. I've played this game literally thousands and thousands of times, and I don't think I've ever seen all 4 numbers being sequential 1-digit numbers. So that's the code to open up the safe. And I am not going to open it. We don't need that ammo. We don't need those heals. And it's a lot funnier to me to make James stick his hand in the toilet for no reason. He gets nothing from it except for doo-doo sleeves. It's honestly what he kind of deserves. All right, so now we're going to have our second meeting with Angela Orozco. And very similar to the graveyard, very similar to where we just met Eddie, the environment around the character reflects different aspects of that character. And this is emphasized even more in the Silent Hill 2 remake, where this is presented to be a recreation of Angela's home. So these characters did not live in Silent Hill. Like, James is not from here. Him and Mary didn't live here. Angela, is looking for them here, but it's implied that these characters are not really from here. And remake shows within Woodside Apartments that, like, James's home gets recreated in one of the apartment buildings, in one of the rooms. Angela's home kind of gets recreated as well. The room with the football posters and everything could be some aspect of Eddie's home being recreated. It is those characters projecting these familiar environments into their reality, and we're experiencing small glimpses of that. So this, if we're supposed to look at this as being some small glimpse into Angela's life, into Angela's home, and we can see we're about to meet her in what would most likely be her parents' room, with a relatively cleaner, like, not clean, but compared to everything else in the room, a cleaner, brighter white door. And then what's implied to be Angela's room being this door that I can only describe as being the color of bruises. It is a very distinct shade of blue and purple with rust and red and brown mixed in. It just looks like a bruise, like a bad bruised door. Boarded up, showing signs that it is something kept away, kept people out, kept someone in. And then the stuffed bear next to the door, implying that it's a child's room, or that a child was present in the home. Angela's childhood is being reflected in these visuals. The abuse that she endured and how long it's been going on throughout her life, all the way back to her childhood, is all being conveyed through these visuals. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Such a great scene. I love the music. I love the cinematography. I love how Angela's tone completely changes. She starts off facing away from James and only really talking to him through the reflection. And then the tone of the conversation completely shifts when she turns around and starts talking to him directly. Some little touches and things on the way the scene is presented that I don't like the way the remake handled it. The cinematography and everything is a little more standard. It's a little more boring. There's less nuance to it the way it is presented in this game. Not bad, but just not as good as this game's presentation, in my opinion. The performances are fantastic. I'll give that. It's due credit though, for sure. We pick up the prisoner coin here. Very easy to miss detail. If you look right here in the room, you can see there's something on the floor. James doesn't even turn his head to look towards it the way he usually does towards points of interest, items and interactable things in the environment. But if you look at this object on the ground, it's a torn photo. Some more implications into Angela's life. A photo of her and her family. Her father and her brother have been ripped and torn away from the picture of her and her mother. What was a group picture of the whole family. She's sort of discarded her father and brother, the ones who she views as being, the most abusive, the most problematic. Even though her mother is also emotionally abusive and manipulative towards Angela, she still had a stronger connection towards her mother. She's looking for her mother. She's got obviously more feeling about her mother than she does towards her father and brother, and we kind of get that represented in the placement of this photo. But really, really well done scene. One of my favorite scenes in the entire game. I'm probably going to show multiple endings for this playthrough. I'm not sure exactly which ones, but I'm going to go ahead and pick up this item here, the white chrism, which will be used for the rebirth ending. Glass bottle containing milky white anointing oil. Is it Angela's blood or her father's on the knife? It is her father's blood on Angela's knife, and we can look at the knife. Despite popular misconception, looking at the knife once or twice, examining it, is not like a guaranteed fast track to the in-water ending. Examining this knife is a factor in the game calculating which ending you're going to get, but you don't have to completely avoid it if you're trying not to get the in-water ending. You just need to make sure you do enough things that are categorized for the ending you're trying to get. So You can get the knife. You can look at the knife, and it's not just like guaranteed in water once you look at it. The blade is stained with something red. A knife from Angela. I don't plan on using this as a weapon. But that is the knife that Angela stabbed her father, Thomas Orozco, to death with. And we get confirmation of that in the game. We read a bloody newspaper scrap found later on in the labyrinth to confirm that information. Angela killed her father, which is part of the reason why she's here. And now we have the coin puzzle, which in the remake, if you come into this apartment room, you find the original coin puzzle, this version of the puzzle, completely destroyed. This whole cabinet, this little desk drawer and everything, is just like smashed into pieces and laying on the ground in the remake. And then there's a completely different coin puzzle that you do instead, with a much more fancier mechanism and drawer. There's something written on the desk. 3 bright coins in 5 holes be. At one end sits the seducer of she. The wind from behind the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. The old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. This is another one of those puzzles that throws off a lot of new players, because often you'll get to this and be like, well, there's 5 holes in the drawer and only 3 coins. Clearly, I need to keep exploring and find 2 more coins. But if you read the poem, you'll realize there are supposed to be empty slots. The words formless, the words null, being used to describe certain positions, indicate that they're meant to be empty. What we're going to do is put the prisoner directly in the middle. And before I need the prisoner coin to talk about one more cool thing before we solve this. So there's actually an Easter egg that is part of these coins. There is a hidden message from one of the developers, Eiichi Ito. Eiichi Ito is the item designer on Team Silent. All of the items in your inventory, all of these little pictures and icons for all the things that you pick up in the game, these were all designed by Eiichi Ito. No relation to Masahiro, by the way. Just, they have the same last name. Eiichi Ito designed these coins and included a little hidden message. And you can actually solve it yourself with a text document on your computer. So what I'm going to do is just open up a new text document. And window capture my notepad. So here is just my regular notepad. And what I want to do is change the font to a font called Symbol Font. And this is a standard symbol or a standard font Let's go ahead and increase the size as well. This is a standard font that's been on Windows-based operating systems for many, many, many years. Symbol font uses Greek characters, although it's not meant for Greek language. It's meant for mathematical equations that use Greek characters. But you can see I just changed the normal readable text that said Notepad into these Greek characters that somewhat resemble the English characters that would spell out Notepad. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing with these coins. So if we examine and then go over to our notepad here, and what we're going to do is recreate the text that's on the coin, starting from, if you look at it as a clock face, starting at 12 o'clock and then going around clockwise. So if you look at the text on the coin and the text I just typed in Notepad with symbol font, you can see these texts line up. They actually match up. And if you want to see what I typed, we're just going to take this and change the font back to something that is more readable, like so. So you can see what I actually typed out, what this message on the coin is. Tatsuki ga kyonen no 12 gatsu ni umaremashita. So this is Romaji, Japanese words written out using traditional English letters. What this translates to is Tatsuki was born in December of last year. Tatsuki ga kyonen no 12 gatsu ni umaremashita. Tatsuki was born in December of last year. So somebody on the development team had a baby named Tatsuki in the December before this icon was created. And Eiichi Ito included this as a little Easter egg, just as kind of a nice, fun little nod towards that happening, towards that child being born. So shout outs to Tatsuki, who would be like 25 or 26 today. Tatsuki's out there somewhere. But here's that little part of the Easter egg. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to switch this back to symbol font. Okay? And recreate the text on the other coins. So the snake coin and the old man coin both have the same text. So here is the Easter egg on those coins. It's the same symbol font, but this time it's going to be typed out in uppercase letters, all with caps lock on. This time we're going to be starting, again, if you're looking at this as a clock, if you start at 9 o'clock and go around clockwise, this is the text you get. So you can see text on my notepad matches the text on the old man coin. Same for the text on the snake coin. Same deal. We're going to take this, change the font over to something we can read. And this is Tugiha Eichi Toshiko Rinta Asma Zate. So a little explanation of Tugiha. So when you're translating from Japanese to English, there's multiple ways to translate certain characters. So the same character that can be written out for tu can also be written as tsu. And the same character that can be written out as ha can also be written out as wa. With that in mind, we're going to slightly alter what Tugiha is into what it was intended to be, which is tsugiwa. Tsugiwa is a phrase in Japanese that means up next is. It's basically letting you know that you are listing objects or places, or in this case, names, people. You're presenting a list of things. Tsugiwa. Tsugiwa, Eichi Toshiko Rinta Asma Zate. So Eichi references Eiichi Ito, the item designer for Team Silent. He is the person who made all of these visuals, all of these icons that you see whenever you open up your inventory and look at an object. He designed all of this artwork. He put these Easter eggs here. So he's referencing himself in this little Easter egg. These other names, we've never actually gotten confirmation as far as like the developer credits. There's no names that match Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, or Zate. These could be uncredited people who helped on the game, possibly. These could be other people that Eiichi Ito maybe worked with, maybe Eiichi's friends or family. But it's just a list of names that was included as another part of this little Easter egg. So there is one of the most interesting, to me, most interesting Easter eggs from the original Silent Hill 2. The Easter egg of the symbol font writing on the coins. Now let's actually solve the puzzle. Prisoner coin goes into the middle. 'Tis to the left that the old man doth rot, and furthest from they, with null in between, is the snake. And the drawer opens. And we get the Line House key. This is also a reference. Line, L-Y-N-E, is the last name of Adrian Lyne, who was the director of the movie Jacob's Ladder, which was hugely influential to Team Silent when making the Silent Hill games. Masahiro Ito has cited Jacob's Ladder as being a big part of what influenced his design of the Otherworld, specifically for Alchemilla Hospital and Midwich. And obviously many things of Silent Hill 2 are directly taken from Jacob's Ladder, right down to James's appearance with that M51 military jacket and blue jeans. It's basically identical to the outfit that Jacob Singer wears for the majority of Jacob's Ladder. The first person segment where Mary is calling out James's voice after the Flesh Lips fight, very, very similar to some of the cinematography and scenes that happen in Jacob's Ladder. A lot of influence from Jacob's Ladder happening in Silent Hill. And we get a little nod towards Adrian Lyne, the director, in that key. Hey, Dogfather. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. On the floor in the stairwell here is the map, although we're pretty much done with the apartments. I've played this game a few times, maybe. So I kind of don't really think about the maps very often. And here is Adrian Lyne's apartment. And actually, I want to read this note. And I should have made a save. But we can speed run back to this part. Oh, I did make the save. Never mind. So, before we solve that, because if you go upstairs with the key already in hand, you won't be able to read the note. You just automatically open the door. So we're going to go up here first without the key to read the note that's here. It's locked. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. This is a reference to Tim Robbins, who plays Jacob Singer in Jacob's Ladder. I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David, a reference to David Lynch. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Now let's go get the key. Such a nerdy detail. I love that. I love that kind of stuff so much in these early Silent Hill games. They're just horror nerds. They're just Team Silent's just a bunch of horror fans. And there's a bunch of really almost shameless just references all over the place for all the things that they like all the movies they like, all the books that they like, the authors that they like, the stuff that influenced and inspired them. They just throw in a bunch of references, and I love it. Something that's kind of lacking from a lot of the later games. And again, I understand why. You these days, copyright lawyers make a lot more money. It's so much. There's so much more to worry about in terms of like using a name or a likeness or a reference if you don't have permission to. That wasn't really as much of an issue back in the 90s and 2000s. That was something that sort of became more of a problem much later on as time went on. And now every major corporation and company and celebrity is litigious as hell. So you've got to be very careful about that. And that kind of stuff got stripped out of the games. But I love these early games in the Silent Hill series where you just have all these very blatant references to directors and actors and movies and brands and all sorts of things. All right, let's see if we get the whispers. This is a completely random sound effect. Hey, we got it. The playthrough has been blessed by the random whisper. They made this whisper in the remake way too loud. It plays like really loudly, and it's not random anymore. It always happens in the remake, but in the original, it is a random sound effect. It will not always play, and I love the idea of random sound effects that only play sometimes, because imagine talking about this game with a friend where you're like, oh man, that whisper in this room was so creepy. And then your friend being like, what whisper? Are you fucking crazy? There's no whisper that plays there. Like, what are you talking about? And you'd be like, no, there's a whisper. I'll show you. And you play the game, you boot it up, you run into the apartment and it doesn't happen. And you're like, I swear I heard a whisper. Like something that is not always there, that's only on certain playthroughs and is entirely just random. I love that idea for horror games. Especially back then when things weren't just like data mined to hell and everybody knew everything about a game. You had to learn about stuff through word of mouth and through friends and things like that. So very effective little thing. That whisper also caused years and years and years worth of misunderstanding and discussion among Silent Hill fans, even wrapping in developers who did not know what that whisper was. Fans were trying so hard for so many years to decipher what that whisper is. Whose voice is it, and what are they saying? People would say, oh, it's James's voice, and he's saying something about, I'll go home and see my wife and kill my wife and do some laundry and then escape. And people would try to pick apart the meaning of it. And, oh, no, it's not James. It's actually this other character. It's Baldwin. It's this person. It's Eddie. There was so much discussion for years of people trying to figure out what that whisper is. In 2013, there was a interview with Jeremy Blaustein, who was the casting director for this game. So he was around when all of these actors were recording their mocap and recording their dialogue. And people asked Jeremy Blaustein, what is that whisper? And Jeremy didn't know, but he was like, well, it's probably what's called butsubutsu. In Japanese recording, butsubutsu basically is like mumbling nonsense. So he thought they were recording one of the actors in the booth, probably Guy Sihi, and that in between takes, they're not stopping the recording. They're recording everything in between certain takes of certain lines of dialogue. So they would get extra little bits of audio of the actor maybe talking to themselves. So he thought maybe this was Guy Sihi in the recording booth mumbling to himself about like getting something right about the line, or reminding himself of some sort of dialogue, or motivating himself as an actor to like say something a particular way. But he was like, it's probably just some nonsense clipped from one of the actors whispering in the voice booth. The Japanese audio sound engineers don't know English very well, so he was like, oh, maybe they just didn't understand it, but they thought it sounded creepy, so they threw it in for, you know, a little creepy background noise. So that's what Jeremy said in like 2013. This was like 12 years after the game came out, and a lot of fans, myself included, accepted Jeremy's answer as the truth. Fast forward again, another 3 years, and fans finally discovered, when going through some old sound effect CDs from the 90s, it's a stock sound. It's literally just a stock sound off of a sound effect compilation CD from the 90s. It's not any of the actors from the game. They're not saying anything specific. It is not relevant to the lore or the story at all. It is a stock whisper that was just copied from a CD and pasted into the game. 16 years. 16 years of fan discussion with even a developer, Jeremy Blaustein, commenting on it. And people arguing, people fucking arguing hardcore on old Silent Hill forums about what the significance of this whisper was supposed to be. It's a fucking stock sound. So that should be the lesson. If you as a Silent Hill fan are watching this, I want this to be the lesson you take away from it. Not everything in these games is as deep as you think it is. As much as I love this series, and as much as I love the depth that is there and is intentionally there, there's a lot of stuff that is in this game or in this series that's just there because it's creepy, because it's weird, and because it's meant to be scary. It doesn't all have a super deep meaning. It's not all super intentional. Sometimes it's just a sound effect. Sometimes it's just a visual. Sometimes it's just an asset. And there's nothing of any meaning deeper than that. It is a lesson that so many Silent Hill fans need to learn. I myself have been a Silent Hill fan since the first game. I used to be one of those fans who thought absolutely everything was intentional and meaningful and symbolic. You need to learn. You need to learn just as I have learned. Not everything is that deep. He ain't fucking. Reminder, Masahiro Ito said it himself. Pyramid Head's not fucking. Keyboard don't die, keyboard's plugged in. I will never ever play this game with a wireless keyboard ever again. I will never make that mistake. Once in my life and never again. And there he goes. So you don't actually have to shoot him here. You can actually just wait him out if you would prefer to save your ammo. But it's much faster if you actually do shoot him or attack him in some way. There he goes. Down into the water and out the door, which drains the water for us. Very conveniently. What I want to know is where did the sound from the lying figure in the start of the Pyramid Head fight come from? That came from me stepping on a Lego. Oh! Not really. Also another fun place where you can make James fall on his ass. We have to all look at and appreciate these falling animations. Okay? Geisy, he suffered to record the mocap for all of these fall animations. So please, look at them and appreciate them. He physically hurt himself recording those for your amusement.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Wait! What is the point of you blind or something? Wasn't sure the meaning behind that. So, there's a lot of different ways fans have interpreted that. What has been confirmed by developers like Masahiro Ito is that Laura is real. She's not meant to be anything other than what we perceive her as. She is a little orphan girl who was in the same hospital as Mary, which, for fans who don't know, Mary was not hospitalized in Silent Hill. They were here once on vacation, and then, just like in the letter, wanted you to bring me here again someday, but never did. So, until the events of this game, previously they'd only been to the town once before, so Laura's a real little girl who was in the hospital while Mary was sick. They became friends over the last year that Mary was alive. And she's not... A lot of people used to interpret the, are you blind or something, as maybe she's not really a little girl, maybe she is something else, or older, or something like that. Yeah, a lot of fans interpreted it that way, Terry. But that is not the case. We know that for sure based on developer commentary now. So, to me, I think it's more about what James is saying in context. He's like, this place is dangerous. Like, what's a little girl like you doing in this dangerous place? And for Laura, she doesn't see it that way. She doesn't see the monsters. She doesn't see any of that. She's not seeing the real town. That's something else that was confirmed by Masahiro Ito. She is not seeing reality. She is very much still seeing an altered state of reality. Not quite the other world, not quite the fog world, but definitely not the dangerous version of the town that we're experiencing. For her, the town is basically empty. And the "are you blind" line is, I think, more towards the state of the town being dangerous or not, rather than her appearance or anything. But the dialogue's a little clunky, the way it's presented, but it does also leave it sort of up to fan interpretation, and I think that is intentional, just to make players start questioning what they're seeing, what they're experiencing. It's not written or portrayed in the best way, but the point of it is still effective. It makes you, as a player, question things, which is a big part of the game. You shouldn't be accepting everything that you see at face value. So, are you blind or something? Is a great way to make the player start kind of double thinking about what they're seeing, what they're experiencing, and how much of it is real. Also, I'm not going to probably bring up the movie Return to Silent Hill very much during this playthrough, but it is such a shame the way that movie turned out, when there are certain things they did extremely well. And the set designers and the people who dressed up the locations for Return to Silent Hill made this part of the town where you meet Laura, where James meets Laura, this wall with the pictures and everything, like practically 1-to-1. It is so perfectly replicated. And it's so fucking frustrating how there are locations and sets and aspects of that movie that are visually practically identical to the game, and yet the story and the characters could not possibly be farther from the way that they are represented in the game. It's like, we'll make stuff look very accurate, but we won't make characters and story accurate at all. Like, what? Why? It's so bizarre. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? We finally made it to Rosewater Park. This, to me, has so much more impact in the original game compared to the remake. Because the remake, like, you don't have that dialogue about Rosewater Park on the observation deck. James doesn't even remember it until you solve the jukebox puzzle. I like the pacing of and the presentation of this, and then reaching Rosewater. It felt more meaningful the way it's done here, rather than the remake, which just has James kind of wandering with no real direction until you solve the jukebox puzzle. Like here, the character motivation is clear. He's doing everything. He's going through Rosewater Park. He's going through Woodside Apartments and Blue Creek Apartments. He's putting himself through all these things because he needs to get to Rosewater Park to see if Mary's there. The motivation is very clear. Remake, it's like he's just wandering around. He goes to the apartment buildings and reaches his arm into holes and finds a record and does all this stuff with no real reason why he's doing that. Why are you doing that, James? Just because a random memo or note told you to? Just because those things are laying around? Like in this game, in this version of the game, like you at least have the understanding he's doing what he's doing because it seems like it's the only way to get to Rosewater. Remake, it's just kind of like he's wandering around and doing stuff randomly, and then stumbles across the solution to the jukebox puzzle, and then, oh, that kickstarts the memory. A little bit weird. A little bit weird. Patrick Chester, son of Edward, he fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. F's in chat for Patrick Chester, son of Edward. He died for your freedoms. Although I really do like the depiction of Rosewater Park in the remake. Captain Zuri says, question to chat, is this park anything believable? To me, this never looked like a real park. What do you mean? What doesn't seem real about it? I've been to plenty of... There's like, especially if you ever go to Maine, along the coast, there's plenty of places just like this. Little memorial parks with like Civil War era statues and boat docks and hot dog carts. Like, I've personally been to plenty of places that look very similar to this. No such parks where you are? Ah. Yeah, no, this is absolutely believable. As a little memorial park in a northeastern New England area. Definitely feels perfectly accurate. And there is the most important thing in this whole game, the hot dog cart. Never forget what Remake took from us. Maria's also there too, I guess. But right behind her, my beloved hot dog and pretzel cart. I said, never forget what Remake took from us.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh, or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
I love the tone in James's voice there. Don't be ridiculous. Our introduction to Maria. Born from a wish. From James's wishes. Give me a moment. Give me a moment so that I can just remember and appreciate what we've lost. I'm so sorry, Pretzel Hot Dog Cart. Bloober just didn't appreciate you the way I do. Okay, so this is where we are going to save the game. And we're going to take a little detour. So how did Maria get here? Well, that lines up perfectly with the sub-scenario Born from a Wish. So for my story playthroughs of Silent Hill 2, what I really like to do is step away from the main scenario at this moment, when James and Maria first met, and then play the sub-scenario Born from a Wish, because this sub-scenario gives us a lot of insight into Maria as a character, and it ends with the scene that you just saw. of James and Maria meeting for the first time. So, in terms of pacing and explaining the story, I love going through Born from a Wish right at this moment. So now we're going to detour a little bit, go through the sub-scenario, and then go back to the main scenario once we're done.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Everyone's gone. Is it because of those monsters? What do I do now? Do I fight and live? Or do those monsters get me? I don't have any reason to go on living. But I'm scared to die. I'm so afraid of pain. Should I run away? I want to find somebody. I don't like being alone. But is there anyone left alive?
So we start Born from a Wish, witnessing the birth of Maria. She says, when I woke up, but that is literally her coming into existence. She is a manifestation of the town. She's created from James's memories and feelings and desires for his wife Mary, wrapped up with some of Mary's feelings and memories. And the town does not just create her and use her as a tool or a puppet. Even though she's not technically a real person, even though she is a manifestation sort of created from all of these different aspects, she has her own thoughts. She has her own will. And the town gives her a choice. She wakes up pondering life and death. Do I run? Do I fight? Do I live? And here's what the town manifests into her possession after she's created. A revolver that can hold 10 bullets, but it only has one actually in the chamber. The town created her, manifested her, and basically said, you choose. You can go on living. You can try to pursue who and what you are, and those fragmented memories that you have, and that man named James floating around in your head. Or you can use this one bullet and end yourself now. And Maria chooses to fight. She chooses to live. Was Born from a Wish just an afterthought? It's difficult to say. I feel like most likely this was content that Team Silent already had planned on including, but maybe didn't have enough time to incorporate it into the release schedule for the game. But you also have to remember how games were back in 2001. DLC was not a thing. Like, you didn't buy a game and then download extra stuff for your game later. If new content was added to a game, you had to buy the game again. You had to buy the new version of the game that included the extra stuff. So it was kind of a shitty tactic that was used by a lot of game developing, publishers back then to sell more copies of these games. Like, you weren't just making money, they weren't just making money off of like paid DLC, you had to buy a whole ass game again. So I imagine it's probably a little column A, a little of column B. They had a bunch of stuff that Team Silent wanted to do, but they didn't have time to implement it for the first release, and Konami probably was like, go ahead and finish it, and we'll just release a better version that includes it later on to drive up sales after they sort of slow down from the initial launch. And we are in Heaven's Night. She spawns in Heaven's Night. You can see the poster up there on the wall with Heaven's Night on it. Health drinks. In this little back room of Heaven's Night that you can't access in the main scenario. Over here, these are the alcohol bottles that James can examine in the main scenario, where you find out a little bit about his alcoholism. This was put in for the Xbox release, which was later than the PS2 release, right? Correct. This originally released on PlayStation 2. So the original version of Silent Hill 2, the Black Label PS2 release that came out first, did not have Born from a Wish, and it did not have the UFO ending. Once the game came out on Xbox, they included the UFO ending, they included Born from a Wish, and they included a couple of little tweaks to some of the audio, made it a little bit better. Some of the visuals, the fog effects, the lighting effects, polished them up and made them a little bit cleaner. And then that version then got ported onto the PS2 as the greatest hits version. Venera, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Hope y'all are doing well. You're just in time for Born from a Wish. We're doing a Silent Hill 2 story playthrough, celebrating 9 years of being partnered on Twitch. And we just stepped away from the main scenario in Rosewater Park to catch up on Maria's story in Born from a Wish. I like that they give her some unique stuff, some weapons that are not in the main scenario, the revolver, which is also a different revolver from like Eddie's revolver, which you can't use in any version of the game anyway. The Chinese cleaver, a square-bladed knife, ugly but powerful and easy to use. The Paradise neon sign. I was actually really laughing a lot when Silent Hill 2 Remake came out, and there's a terrible trend that goes on with video game releases these days. There's a certain crowd of quote-unquote gamers who like to call anything and everything woke or DEI or whatever. And it was cracking me up when people were seeing the neon sign in the remake and being like, oh, it's woke, it's got a fat girl, it's got a pregnant girl on the neon sign. It's like, clearly you did not play the game, the original, because it's fucking identical. It's the same sign, the way it's always been. It's just people talking out of their asses who don't know anything, and you should never pay attention to people like that. Never give them any sort of attention. They are literally just grifters trying to make money off of people's outrage over absolute non-issues. Stupid shit. But I found that amusing when people were calling out Remake for being woke for the sign that is exactly the same as it is in the original. Like, you dumbasses. You fucking dumbasses. Think it's less that she's fat and that's just her other arm resting on her body? No, it's absolutely her stomach. It's meant to be her stomach, and it's based on Maria's body. Maria has a belly. It's very slight. It's hard to see on the character model from here, but like in her character model, she's designed to have a little bit of a muffin top. She's got extra fat on her. It is a sign of health. Like Sato, exactly. Sato was specific about that being part of her character design. Maria is supposed to be the healthy version of Mary. Mary is sick and withering away. Maria is healthy and not withering away, and that is depicted through the extra bit of fat, the tiny little bit of fat that's shown on her belly, which is also then reflected in the sign that's symbolic and representative of Maria herself. It's an intentional part of the character design. Even your healthy, skinny women have a small pooch there, where the uterus sits, and it will be apparent. Woo nature. Yep. But again, a lot of that outrage came from people who are just grifters. They're trying to make money off of people's outrage. They're trying to drum up drama where there is none, because it gets them clicks, it gets them views, it gets them retweets. And they just profit off of people's hate. It's disgusting. But most of those people have never seen a woman anyway. Except for when their mother brings pizza rolls down to the basement. I love this camera angle. If you walk down this alleyway, the camera adjusts to this overhead view. And you've got a lying figure crawling around up here being a silly little guy. There's a lot of unique little camera angles and things in Born from a Wish that are not in the main scenario, even just while exploring the town. I like that. Love the older cars in these games. It's so hard to make the game look like a specific time. Yeah, Zuri. They're kind of all over the place. There's car models from the 70s, from the 80s, from the 90s. It's just kind of a mishmash. And I mean, as somebody who lived through the 80s and 90s and onwards, that's just how it was, you know? Not everybody has a new car. There's plenty of low and middle income families where once you have a car, you take care of it and you keep it for 10, 20, etc., however many years. So it's realistic as well that, you know, in the 90s or roughly around that you would still be seeing a lot of car models from the 80s, from the 70s. Sancho. Sancho, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you very, very much. Good to see you. It makes sense to me that so many older cars would be there because it's a small town and their hand-me-downs are bought off someone else for cheap. Exactly. It's a lot how things are in real life. It's harder for people to distinguish that kind of stuff these days because I feel like car designs have been very homogenous for the last, like, 20 years or so. So the same thing is happening right now. But if you go out and you compare a 2026 car to a car from 2006 or 2010, they're still going to look very similar. There was not as big of a design change in cars, the way they look between, you know, the last 20 years, whereas car designs changed drastically from the 70s into the 80s, from the 80s into the 90s, and from the 90s into the 2000s. So, like, the same thing applies today, but you don't notice it quite so much. Now, I'm sure I'm not much of a car guy. I don't keep up with that. So I'm kind of speaking from layman's perspective. I'm sure there's plenty of car nuts who are live and breathe cars and car models who are angrily typing up their corrections in the comments right now in the future when this goes on YouTube, telling me, like, I can easily identify any car from the last 3 years based on the headlights alone. The design of the bumper. In general, car designs, to your more untrained eye, is they've been more homogeneous. They tend to blend together a bit more. Yeah, Rachel, you're pretty good at that, but, like, it's literally been your job for quite some time. Gun in your hand. Oop. I like this graffiti over here, the little red skull, and the words, gun in your hand. Maria was born from a wish, manifested in the back room of Heaven's Night with a gun in her hand. Also a little reference to, Hey Joe. Classic Jimi Hendrix. A song about a man killing his wife. In terms of symbolism, parallels to the story of Silent Hill 2. Hey Joe, where you going with that gun in your hand? I'm going to shoot my old lady. Caught her messing around with another man. Very fun song to play on guitar. One of my favorites. Some more unique camera angles and little corners, nooks and crannies of the town that you can't normally explore in the main scenario. All these special little things just for Maria. Just kind of grabbing some supplies before I head into the Baldwin Mansion. Terry says Silent Hill 2 main game cameras were lacking a lot compared to Silent Hill 1. Nice to see more of that in Born from a Wish, for sure. They're still very good. I like a lot of the camera, and there's some really great camera views and stuff in Silent Hill 2 main scenario, but yeah, compared to the really crazy cinematography of Silent Hill 1, it's a little more toned down. I feel like they were still experimenting with trying to make sure it wasn't too disorienting for the player, you know, while still giving really unique cinematic camera views to emphasize the mood or a unique item or something that's interactable. And here we have a James corpse. Dead. Not much more to say than that. And of course, Maria being a manifestation of James, you encounter all the same things that James is already manifesting. The corpses, the same monsters. She doesn't have unique things relevant to her because she is part of the manifestation, part of the delusion for James. So she's experiencing all the same things as him. Also, we have here the Baldwin Mansion. Wow, what a mansion. Which they actually did pretty faithfully recreate in the Silent Hill 2 remake, even though you never get to go in it. A lot of Silent Hill fans are still huffing copium, thinking Born from a Wish is going to come out for remake. Honestly, I doubt it at this point. But you're allowed to keep hoping. Keep that copium supply in stock. Do you have a favorite dead wife song? I've never thought about it. Rob Zombie's Living Dead Girl. Does that count? The fireplace is boarded off. Do not use is written on it. Got a map of the mansion. Wow, what a mansion! Display of decorative plates, not very interesting. Cool little detail here. So, Born from a Wish is fairly short. It's basically like one puzzle that you have to solve that you can get through pretty quickly. But you get some hints towards that puzzle solution with this picture right here. Right above this table where you grab that ammo, you can see that there is a red and a black sort of square plate with holes punched in it. And the puzzle that we have to solve in Born from a Wish involves collecting 3 plates, a black plate, a red plate, and a white plate. And you have to rotate them and line them up in a particular way so that all the holes match up. And this picture right here shows you the correct orientation for the red and black plate. So that as long as you follow this, the only thing you have to figure out, which you can do by trial and error, is how to rotate the white plate. I love stuff like that. I love clues in the environment to solve puzzles that it's not super obvious. It's not something you can interact with. Maria doesn't like examine it and say something about it. It doesn't do like a big zoom in on it like, I wonder what this could mean. Like the way a lot of games tend to be now, like they really got to hammer in what is a clue for a puzzle, what's meant to be a hint. I like stuff just being in the environment and they don't tell you. There's nothing significant there to draw your eye to it. You just have to think about it and figure it out and look around yourself.
Is somebody there? Open up. Hello?
Stop it. You're disturbing me.
Thank God. I finally found somebody. Can you open the door?
No.
But why?
Is it really necessary for me to answer all your tedious questions?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I want to be alone. Other people just irritate me.
I just want to see another human face. Do you know what's happening in this town? There's no one here. Just monsters.
Yes, I know. But so what? It has nothing to do with me. No one here means there's no one to disturb me.
You want to be alone in this insane asylum?
Yes, exactly. But how can you say that it's this town that's insane? Perhaps it's we who are insane. Both of us. Hopelessly insane. Are you satisfied? Would you leave me alone?
My name is Maria. What's your name?
Ernest. Baldwin.
Ernest, I'll be back.
I'll be back. So we've got a lot of little references here. So Ernest, and then Maria's response, Hemingway. That actually becomes a running, not really like a running joke, but a consistent reference throughout most of the games after Silent Hill 4. There's a brand of cigarettes that starts with Silent Hill Origins, and it shows up in Homecoming, Downpour, and Silent Hill 2 Remake, and Shattered Memories. Hemingway Lights. So they actually have a Hemingway brand of cigarettes in the game. Spawned off as a reference to this little kind of snarky comment from Maria. That's kind of fun. Also, since someone else in chat mentioned it, very famous voice actor. Yeah, this is voice acting royalty right here. Ernest Baldwin is voiced by the actor Ward Sexton. And if you don't know who Ward Sexton is, if you've ever played any of the original Resident Evil games, you know how when you start the game and that voice goes, Resident Evil. That's Ward Sexton. That's Ernest Baldwin. The equivalent of the movie trailer guy. Kind of. So we pick up the white board. Our white metal board with square holes punched into it, found in second floor entrance hall. And it has the white chrism depicted on it. When the white breath is found, I shall dedicate this thing, O Spirit of the Mist, grant us fortune eternal. Is written on the back. So these plates that we're collecting, these boards, are all parallels to the rebirth ending items, which themselves are meant to be sort of like cult ritual items, things that are necessary to perform a cult ritual for bringing someone back from the dead. So, obviously, in the main scenario, they're all used as the rebirth ending items, where James is attempting to resurrect Mary. We never do see if that works or not, but that's what they're used for. And then there is that parallel happening in this game's storyline with Ernest Baldwin, who wants to revive, or at some point wanted to revive, his daughter who died. Which gives the implication that Ernest may have been a member of the cult himself, or possibly just someone like James who came across these things and desperately tried anything to bring his daughter back. There's a lot of debate whether or not Ernest is even real. If he is a manifestation similar to Maria, if he is a literal ghost, it's never really explicitly answered. For some reason, there's a ladder in the fireplace leading up. Along the way, I can see something that looks like a hole. Climb the ladder. Such an interesting little area here, too. You're climbing up a ladder in the fireplace. And it's not just like a little room, it's like a garden. There's earth and grass and moss growing on the ground, on the walls, all these plants everywhere. I love these kind of areas in Silent Hill games. The stuff where it's like you're in an otherwise fairly normal location. It's like it's a big old mansion and it's laid out like a big old mansion. And then you just go up a ladder and then things start getting bizarre and surreal. Like, what is this? Where is this room in the context of the rest of the house? How could this place really exist and have all this plant life and everything else? I really like stuff like that. So here we get some more implications into Ernest's storyline. There's a square depression in the center of the tombstone. So this is a tombstone, a grave marker for his daughter. There's a square depression in the center of the tombstone, and above that is a carefully carved epitaph. So this was likely made and done by Ernest. Along with you died joy. All that remains is despair and a future of meaningless tomorrows. So along with his daughter, Amy, his joy died. And he has nothing left but despair. The future became meaningless to him. But I will never give up. 1, to see your beautiful smile again. 1, to beg the blessings of the gods. I wait for that day. So he will not give up on his daughter's death. And he is begging the blessings of the gods to bring her back. The rebirth items, the white chrism, the obsidian goblet, the crimson tome, all the things that are represented by these plates that we've collected. When the boards cover all sadness too will be covered. But until my dreams return to reality, I will have to swallow all the pain. So that's more of a clue into how to solve the puzzle. You have to cover everything. You have to rotate the boards in such a way that the holes don't line up with each other, and it covers the entire square on the tombstone. There's a key firmly embedded in the stone beneath the depression. No matter how I try, I can't pull it out. We're going to put the red board in, which has... Actually, let's take this out, because I didn't even look at these for the description the way I did for the first one. So we looked at the white board with the depiction of the white chrism on it, the black board, which has the depiction of the obsidian goblet on it. When the dark grail is found, I shall dedicate this thing. You who deny death, grant us fortune eternal. Denying death, again, referencing rebirth, resurrection. And the red board, the crimson ceremony, crimson tome. I always call it crimson tome because that's a thing from Silent Hill 4. That's a mistake on my part. It's the crimson ceremony, the book of crimson ceremony in Silent Hill 2. Crimson tome is a very similar, possibly same thing in Silent Hill 4. But there is a distinction in how it's described. When the crimson words are found, I shall dedicate this thing. O you gods, deep in slumber, grant us fortune eternal, is written on the back. Anyone else struggle with this puzzle? You want to know what I did 25 years ago when this game first came out? Well, I guess like 24 years ago when I got the Xbox version and first played Born from a Wish. I took Post-it notes, little square pieces of paper, and I cut holes in them to match the holes on each of these boards and then laid them on top of each other to rotate them in real life to see how I needed to rotate everything to cover up, like, so that none of the holes line up. That was how I solved this back in the day. Just recreate it. Just make my own version. Hey, Caparino. Thank you so much. That's not it. I always forget the speedrun strat. It's not as complicated as it seems. Because in the speedrun, you only rotate the third board that you put in. I just always forget which order to put them in. I'm like, it's either red, black, white, or white, black, red, where all you have to do is rotate the last one 90 degrees to the left. So I just did red, black, white, I think. So white, black, just the first two just insert as is, and then the last one 90 left. That's it. When the three boards overlapped, the key came free. So that's the easiest way to remember it. Even though I forgot it, but I know it's one or the other. So it's just whiteboard, insert as is, blackboard, insert as is, and then the only one you have to worry about rotating is the red board, 90 degrees to the left. And we get the acacia key. Engraved with an acacia flower, found embedded in a stone slab. Who the fuck would set up a puzzle like that in an area you generally wouldn't even know about? Video games. Ernest Baldwin, I guess. Had a part-time job designing stuff for the Spencer Mansion. All right, Fishbones, take it easy. Have a great night. We open up the acacia key door. Also, this whole section, this whole sub-scenario is very interesting since you don't have a... Oh, some dialogue there. Since you don't have a radio or a flashlight, can't really hear when there's enemies and stuff around. Yeah, you can hear the voices, like people clamoring, like, oh my god, and then a woman's voice, what happened? A loud thudding sound happening. People wondering, what happened? This area in HD collection was so fucking dark. Yep. Because they didn't have the proper lighting resources where things were adjusted for the final retail build. So, all these areas where you don't have a flashlight were just not correctly lit for the HD collection. So here's one of your indicators. Really strong indicators of exactly kind of what Maria is. And not just being a pure manifestation of desire from James's mind. Like, there's more to her than that. And a very easy to miss interaction here is looking at the stuffed animals. Stuffed animals line the top of the shelf. Nothing very interesting. Oh, is this a teddy bear? It's not very well made, but it's sort of cute anyway. I bet Laura would love it. She loves bears. Laura? Who am I talking about? So she has the memories of Mary. She still remembers Laura. She still remembers the things that Laura liked. And you even see that in Laura's drawings. She's drawn a bear on the wall where James meets her after getting out of the apartments. So all these things, these little bits and pieces of Mary's personality and memories are incorporated into Maria. She's not strictly manifested from just James. Like, there are parts of Mary and her life and her personality and her, more importantly, her memories that are there with her. Got matches. Only 2 or 3 matches are left, found in kids' room. Small bed for a child. A doll is sitting on the chair. Now that I look closer, it's filthy. Whoever lived here must have really loved this thing. The shelf is filled with fairy tales and other children's literature. I'm sure I've never read this, but somehow it seems familiar. Obviously, Maria never read it because she has only existed for the last 20 minutes, you know. But it's familiar because these are all children's stories that Mary was probably familiar with, possibly things she even read to Laura. While they were in the hospital together. So now that we have the matches, we can light this candle and explore the attic a little bit more. It's a pile of junk. Doesn't look like there's anything useful. There's a wooden box here. Nothing particularly unusual about it. Boxes stacked on the floor. Nothing very interesting. More junk. More junk. And then a unique camera angle drawing our attention to this chair and the colorful thing underneath it. Dear Daddy, happy birthday. There's something below the chair. Is this a birthday card? To my dearest Daddy, happy birthday, from Amy Baldwin. And now, as we head back downstairs, we're going to hear the voice, the ghostly voice of Amy Baldwin.
Give it to my daddy.
She wants us to give this to her daddy. Birthday card and present. A birthday card and unopened present from Amy. Get out of my way. And some extra reading that you can do here. Also, I like this visual, like this camera shot where you can see out of these windows and see the fog outside just kind of rolling past. One of those things that even some of the like later Silent Hill games, you would think that as graphics and things got better, they'd be able to maintain these kind of details of having a fog effect be like outside, but while you're inside, there's no fog. There's a lot of later Silent Hill games where the fog layer is just dropped in no matter what. If you're inside or outside or whatever, it's just kind of always there. And I like that sort of line of being able to be inside, looking out at the windows and seeing it swirling around. So earlier we picked up the acacia key. This is going to give us a little bit of insight into the symbolic significance of the acacia plant. There's a book here. Looks like a plant encyclopedia. Acacia, a genus of evergreen trees of the mimosa tribe of the pea family. Its tiny flowers are yellow or white and grow in clusters. Common varieties include the gum tree. The acacia tree is a potent symbol in many religions across the world. In Christianity, it represents eternal life and morality. Eternal life. More things falling in line with rebirth, resurrection, same as the cult rebirth ritual and all of those associated items. In ancient Egypt, it represented purity and rebirth once again, while in ancient Babylonia, it was thought of as the tree of the goddess Ishtar and was a symbol of life. It was also a holy tree to the ancient Jews who built the sacred Ark of the Covenant from it, and for whom it signified a peaceful death and a release from grief. So, flip side of all of the rebirth and life symbolism, it can also signify peaceful death and release from grief, which could apply in many ways. It could apply to Ernest Baldwin getting a peaceful death and a release from the grief of losing his daughter. It can apply to James having a peaceful death and release from the grief and guilt of killing Mary and taking his own life in the in-water ending. It can be a parallel to Mary, symbolic of Mary finally getting a release from grief, the release from the pain of her sickness, although her death was not exactly peaceful. Wow. It teleported and hit me. Sometimes enemies in Silent Hill 2 OG like to do that. They kind of teleport over to you and hit you. There's a vase and a lion statue. Got no use for those right now. That feels like a Resident Evil puzzle. Interesting little thing here. Again, it's another sort of section where we can see out of these windows and see the fog and stuff sort of swirling outside. And if you remember the Attract video, when we very first started up Silent Hill 2, there's an Attract video that plays if you idle on the title screen for long enough, that features some extra little cutscenes that don't happen anywhere else in the game, like Eddie and Laura sitting next to the white van. One of the little clips that you see during that Attract video is Angela inside some mysterious building running down a hallway, and you're sort of seeing it from the perspective of like outside the windows. It looks like this hallway. It looks like Angela was running down this hallway with these windows. I don't know if it's meant to, I mean, obviously a lot of those scenes, they're just for the sake of the intro video, the Attract video. But it's interesting to see that there's such a similar environment that was used. Yeah, possibly a reused asset when it came time to put together Born from a Wish. But just kind of interesting. There's a mop and bucket here. I don't really feel like cleaning anyway. You and me both. Falling asleep? It's all good. Have a great night, Ancient Oleander. Thank you so much for all the love and support. And again, thank you for all the help with our community, helping to moderate things now that you're an official moderator as well. Thank you, thank you. Hope you get some good sleep. Nice background art of Maria during the save screen as well. Quite different from the way it looks for James. Yeah, as dark as this is, I can like barely see these mannequins standing around, and in the HD collection it was even darker. This whole section of the mansion was basically just like pitch black in HD collection. There's a clock here, but it looks like it's not running anymore. This won't do me any good. There are books on the desk. None of it looks very interesting. Bookshelf is lined with complete editions of difficult-looking books. Not interested in any of that. But she will read part of this one. Lost Memories. I have the strongest trust, you may even call it faith, in the miracle called resurrection of the dead. So this sort of parallels Ernest Baldwin's point of view, that he has faith in this cult ritual. He calls it a miracle, but it's a cult ritual, the resurrection of the dead. And to me, like, this kind of summarizes a lot of how things work in Silent Hill in the original games. The idea that if you believe in something, if you have faith in something, the town's power is capable of manifesting your faith and your beliefs into reality. That's why the cult can believe in gods, and we can see them born from the back of Alessa at the end of Silent Hill 1. A lot of fans sort of debate on this. Are there even actually gods that exist within the town? Are there real actual gods that live there and give the area its power? Or what I believe is the power more like a mirror. The gods exist there because the cult believes in them. It's just taking what's in the minds of these cultists and making it real. The rituals that they believe in are able to actually function because they believe in them. The power is just able to take that subconscious thought, the beliefs, the faith, and make it all real, make it part of reality. Upon the hill where the light descended, the beast intoned his song, with words of blood, drops of mist, and the vessel of night. The grave become an open field, once again referencing those rebirth items. Words of blood, the Book of Crimson Ceremony, or Crimson Tome. Drops of mist, that's the milky white anointing oil, the white chrism. And the vessel of night, the obsidian goblet. The people wept in fear and joy at the reunion, but my faith in the salvation of Zuchilpaba did not waver. So we actually get names for some of these gods and deities. Zuchilpaba is referenced here in Born from a Wish. In Silent Hill 3, there's a slightly different variation called Zuchilbara, and there's actually another one like Lobsylvith and Valtiel, the more popular among the fan base, the more commonly known one. There's developer commentary from Hiroyuki Owaku, the scenario writer for these games, when he was coming up with these names for their gods and deities. And he drew a lot of inspiration from Mayan and Aztec names of places and gods and things within Mayan and Aztec history. And he used the spelling and syllables and structure of those words and names to make up his own original ones. Such as this, Zuchilpaba. It's also spoken of in the ancient legends. The original worshippers did not believe that death was the end, but that it was simply the path by which the deceased returned to nature. They also believed the process was reversible. There's something imprinted towards the bottom of the page. Did Ernest write this? What could it mean? Blood equals red, mist equals white, night equals black. Just a little bit more emphasis on the plates that we used, their significance towards the rebirth ending items, and how they would be used as part of this ritual, the way the cult writing refers to these things.
Do you know a little girl named Amy?
Why do you ask me that?
This letter. To my dearest daddy. It's from a girl named Amy Baldwin. Your daddy?
Yes. Where'd you find that?
Up in the attic.
Oh. What a fool. Now, when it's too late, I finally understand why. Why she was there. why she was holding that empty envelope when she fell.
Ernest. Amy. She isn't... I'm sorry. I'm sorry I reminded you.
No need to apologize. You didn't remind me. I've never forgotten. Maria, some things we forget, and some things we can never forget. It's funny. I'm not sure which one is sadder. It's been 10 years, but I still...
Ernest, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, it's fine. Maria, that letter.
I'll leave it here.
Thanks. Maria? So you must be... That's why you could see me.
Huh?
So perhaps that means that I can hope for a miracle as well.
What do you mean?
In the apartment next door, there's a bottle containing a white liquid. I don't know exactly where it is, but I know it's in there somewhere. I must have it.
You... want me to get it for you?
Please.
Why don't you just get it yourself?
If I could, believe me, I would. But
White?
I'll open the stairway door.
Ernest, do you really believe it will work?
I don't know.
Well, that's okay. I don't mind fighting for an impossible cause. Anyway, it beats just giving up and doing nothing.
Maria, thank you.
So now we get even more insight into what happened with Ernest, what happened with Amy, what Ernest was trying to do, that he wanted to collect these items, the same exact rebirth ending items that James can collect in an attempt to resurrect Mary. He wanted to do the same for his own daughter, Amy Baldwin.
You think miracles really can happen?
This is Silent Hill.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, Maria, you think too much. I'm from here. This is my town.
That's one of those lines that kind of gives a lot of fans the impression that Ernest might not really be a ghost. He might be a manifestation similar to Maria. How do you interpret I'm from here? This is my town. Like, is he just a resident? Or the ghost of a resident? Or is he from here as in He was created by it, the way Maria was. Because it could work either way. But that unlocks this stairwell door so that we can go out to the alleyway that'll lead us over to Woodside Apartments. Or I guess Blue Creek. We're over on the Blue Creek side of things. Also, I'm going to kill all of these bugs in this alleyway because on behalf of all of the Silent Hill speedrunners, myself included, who've ever done speedruns of Born from a Wish, fuck these bugs. The entire speedrun of this sub-scenario comes down to this alleyway and these stupid bugs and how many times they decide to bite your toes. There's some kind of plate on the floor. Amy Baldwin. She was loved too much by God. 7 years was not enough time. So we also get Amy Baldwin's age. 7 years, just like Cheryl. Just like Alessa's age when she was burned. A little bit of a parallel there. So are the manifestations of Silent Hill intelligent on their own, as in they have their own objectives and thinking? Does Maria think she's real? Always thought they were part of the delusions of those attracted to Silent Hill. It might not be the same for all manifestations, but in the case of Maria, as an example, she believes she's real. She does come to the conclusion where she gets her memories back. She knows what happened to her. She knows she was Mary. She knows she was killed by James. And she realizes all of this before she even reunites with James. That's why I like playing this partway through the main scenario. She's acting dumb when she meets James in Rosewater Park. This scenario shows us that before she even goes to the park, she remembers what happened. She knows who he is, and she's acting on her own accord. She has her own will. They are not just delusions. They are not just simply functioning as hallucinations or illusions from the mind of the people that they are created from. They are, for all intents and purposes, real, living, breathing people. Just, they are brought into existence in a non-traditional human way. It's also a point of debate among fans. There's still not really a whole lot of direct answers for this, and honestly, it's something that shouldn't ever really be directly answered. But there's a lot of fan debate around whether or not the town is sentient, that the town itself is choosing how it acts or what it draws from people or controlling the manifestations in some way. Personally, I am of the belief that the town is not sentient whatsoever. I think the town is just a naturally occurring spiritual... I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. It's just a spiritual hotbed of energy that is capable of working like a mirror. If somebody is here and has something in their subconscious, the power is capable of taking that and reflecting it into the reality around them that they perceive. It's not sentient and doing this out of choice. It's just passively acting in this way. It is its nature. That's how I've always interpreted it. Other people will think otherwise. Some people believe that it's sentient and acting of its own accord, or that it at least has some amount of influence on who it chooses and who it tries to draw into the town. But yeah, for me, I think it's a very strong spiritual energy that exists naturally in the area, and it just reflects whatever's there. The Lost Memories book in this game also emphasizes that idea because it describes the Native American tribes that inhabited the area long before Silent Hill was ever established. The Native American tribes who believed in the spirits of nature and the spirits of their ancestors, the spirits of the rocks and the trees and the lake and the river. They were, seeing what they believed. They believed in those natural spirits and the spirits of their ancestors. So that's what they experienced. That's what the power reflected for those Native American tribes. Then you have the European settlers who came in and pushed out the Native American tribes. And what were the belief systems that those European settlers brought along with them? Christianity and Catholicism, heaven and hell. You get people who move in who believe in hell, and suddenly this power that was reflecting, natural spirits of nature and ancestors for the natives now is reflecting beliefs in gods and angels and demons and devils. And then that further gets even more twisted once the cult forms. And the spiritual power begins reflecting that aspect into reality. Can't open it. You don't get much access to the rest of these apartments. Always had the headcanon that the old gods are still kicking around and that somehow or some way influencing the town. See, I don't see it that way. I don't think the old gods existed until there were people there who believed in them. I think until there were actually people here to believe that there are old gods, that those old gods didn't exist. The power was just creating them for the settlers, for the cultists, for the people who were there to believe in. Because they believed in them, they were able to exist. And because the cult presence still exists in some way, the belief structure, those gods, still exist in that format. don't mind me. We don't even get to read the, oh, we do get to read the note. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. Same exact note as the main scenario that we just read. But here in the coin puzzle room is our white liquid. Was about to go to bed, but I absolutely love the background lore and theories of how the town operates. What gives it its power, aside from ooh, spooky, scary town, is probably one of my favorite things to think about regarding Silent Hill. Same. It's one of my favorite aspects of these games, and it's one of the things that makes me incredibly sad that the current direction for the series is completely ignoring that in favor of Silent Hill Phenomenon. Yeah, that really unique special power surrounding the town that we're not entirely sure what it is or how it acts. Yeah, that doesn't matter. As long as somebody has trauma, you can just have fog and monsters in other worlds anywhere. In Japan, in Germany, in Norway. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of the direction of the current games. Even with games like Silent Hill F, which I thought was very good, I don't like that that's kind of the direction the games are going. I feel like it's very strange to me that the way the current producer, like Matoyo Okamoto, talks about the series, where he's like, we wanted to reinvent and expand on the story, which they felt like they were too confined if we left it in the town. And it's like, okay, I can understand wanting to evolve the series and feeling somewhat constricted by the original location, but I don't think that means the spiritual power and the town's significance should just be discarded altogether. It's also kind of hypocritical to say that they want to evolve and grow the series, and that requires leaving the town, and the only thing that they grow and evolve is the location. They're still just copying Silent Hill 2 over and over. Here's a protagonist with hidden trauma that manifests itself into environments and monsters. Like, if we're going to evolve anything, if we're going to change anything, change that part of the formula. Do something that we have not already seen a million times. We've already had protagonists with hidden trauma. We've been doing that in Silent Hill 2, in Silent Hill Origins, in Homecoming, in Downpour, in Book of Memories, now in Short Message, in Ascension, in F, in 2 Remake. Like, there's all this talk about, oh, we have to evolve the series. You haven't evolved anything. You've just changed the location. You're still doing the same thing. So it's like, it makes no sense to me, the direction they're trying to go with the series.
Thank you, Maria. That's the only item I couldn't get myself. By the time I found out about it, I could no longer leave this house. So long.
Yes, but Will...
Maria, the gods are here. You know it too. You were born in this town.
See, for somebody like Ernest
Not
Baldwin,
sure God is the right word.
he was born here. He believes in the gods, so for him the gods are real. But is that just his perspective? Because of the nature of how he was created, because of what his beliefs
believe
are.
in fate?
Not really.
That's fine then.
Ernest, can I open this?
This is a dead end. There's nothing beyond here.
I know. So, what if I had said I believed in fate?
That James. He's a bad man.
James... He... Yes. I know.
He's looking for the you that isn't you.
Because he's kind? Do you know something?
Yes. Maria, you're...
Anyway, that's just what you think. You don't really know anything. That's fine.
Okay.
See, and at this point, Maria knows who she is. She remembers James. She remembers the her that isn't her, Mary. She's trying to justify in her mind why James would be here, looking for Mary, thinking that he's kind, questioning it still, though. I wonder if once Maria opens the door, is Ernest's purpose here over and he just ceases to be? That's one way to look at it, Laudable. Did Ernest ever really exist? Or was this something just for Maria to experience, to understand herself? See that little camera zoom and sound? I interpret that as like, I remember everything now. That's Maria's like entire existence becoming clear to her. And she's making her decision. What is she going to do with that information? Do you continue to exist as a copy, as a manifestation? Do you seek out James? Do you take your own life? What would you do if you found out you were created in this way? And she thinks about it. Considers it. Nah. I ain't going out like that. I'm gonna go fuck with his ass. I'm gonna go get his ass back.
James.
Yeah. And then she makes her way over to Rosewater Park, where we left off in the main scenario.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend? My name is Maria.
Get his ass. All right, as much as I love the music, we got to get back to the main scenario. So now that all of that has happened, now we've got a better understanding of who Maria is at this point of the story. As we come back to the main scenario of James meeting her for the first time and she's kind of playing dumb, like, oh, I look like your girlfriend, you know, she knows. She already knows everything. She's not just some puppet of the town. She's not just some mindless manifestation. She has her own thoughts, her own will, and her memories of who she was as Mary and what James did. And she's making a conscious decision to continue to exist. So let's go bowling. Get the classic steel pipe. Gonna grab this Book of Lost Memories. This is where we get the information, the backstory about the Native American tribes. Also, this is where I have written my own outline for a potential Silent Hill game. Like if I was to ever make a Silent Hill game, it's something that I've worked on many years ago. And still go back to and think about and work on occasionally. And a lot of my ideas for a new Silent Hill game stem from this book right here. Lost Memory. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the Place of the Silent Spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. So this wasn't just a place that drew in Native Americans with personal trauma and reflected that back at them. It doesn't work that way. That's not what the power is. That's not how it functions. The native tribes believed in the spirits of their ancestors, their dead relatives, the natural nature spirits that existed in trees and rocks and water. That is what they saw in this area. The spirits of the world around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. This is the part that interests me the most. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. So it didn't immediately go from Native American tribes to Silent Hill. There was a different town here. After the Native American tribes, there were the settlers who first pushed them out and settled the area. But that was not Silent Hill. The town was called something else, but it's been lost to time. Nobody remembers what that town is. None of the people who settled that town are still here. Now, this is a reference to the real-life Roanoke colony. Feel free to look that up whenever you want to. It's very interesting. But the idea is this period of history that is just lost to time completely and without explanation. Before the town was Silent Hill, but after the Native American tribes were pushed out. This is where, if I was to make a Silent Hill game, this is where you set it. This is what you do with it. So my concept, my idea, would be you have a game that you don't call Silent Hill. You don't put the words Silent Hill in the title, because it's not Silent Hill. It's the town that existed here before Silent Hill. Same spiritual power, same location, but it's before Silent Hill. So you would call it something else, right? And then you'd play through that game that takes place in this time period. You see the settlers move in, maybe trying to coexist with the Native American tribes at first, the way a lot of actual North American history worked. A lot of settlers initially tried to trade and work with a lot of the tribes, but then eventually pushed them out, moved them to reservations, or killed them outright. But however you want to focus on it, have a game focused around this part of the location's history. And then at the end of the game, you sort of have the big reveal that that town vanishes. You show what happened to it, what the town was called, where it went, why none of the people are around, and then the new settlers move in, and you have the big reveal that it is Silent Hill. That would be my idea for a Silent Hill game. Konami, you're welcome to steal it. I've got a whole outline if you want to hire me for that. People talking about, oh, we have to evolve, we've got no more stories we can tell in the original town. What about this one that's been sitting here since 2001 that's never been told? All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. Tell this story. Tell this story. All right, let's go bowling, Maria.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
What's her name? Mary? Maria waits outside because she knows other people would see her as a monster? Exactly, Joker. She's not real. She's a manifestation. Manifestations are not perceived by everybody the same way. For somebody like Laura, she doesn't see manifestations at all. She would not see Maria. For someone like Eddie, he's perceiving manifestations in a completely different way than James is. Eddie has been seeing manifestations of bullies, people making fun of him, mocking him, staring at him, making fun of him with their eyes. He's seeing something entirely different. Laura's seeing nothing, but they would not see Maria as Maria. So Maria stays outside. Also, banger alert. One of the absolute best songs in the game. One of my favorite tracks. Boom, boom, boom. Love how you can load into this and move around while the conversation's still going. Small thing, but feels very natural. Yeah, I like that too, Piracle. I like that it's not strictly split up into gameplay segments and cutscene segments. You have those nice little moments where there's dialogue happening during gameplay to kind of blend the scenes together. There's videos on YouTube where Yamaoka got the samples from
Eddie?
some of these OSTs. It's awesome.
Oh.
Yes, I made one of those videos myself.
James.
I included that
met
as
in the
part of my
apartment
Silent Hill Iceberg
Yeah,
video.
I remember.
If you'd like to check that out on my channel.
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Forget you. I love that tone of voice. That's one of those things that takes me back to being like a kid in the 90s where it's like if you're at school and you want to say fuck you to somebody, but you know you're going to get in trouble if there's like a teacher that hears you say it. So instead of fuck you, it's forget you. It's just that particular tone. Also, the cigarette dispensing machine over here. How old was I when I first played this? I played all the games on launch, so playing this in 2001, I was 13 years old. Almost 14. Piracle, thank you so much for the 20 months. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Welcome back.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Sorry, let me catch up on some chat. What's up, Ducky? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing all right. Just want the story of how Eddie gets that goddamn pizza? We could have a whole debate around that. It can't be a manifestation, because that's not how manifestations work. James would see the manifestation as something else, a hot dog or a pretzel, just like he remembers from Rosewater Park. So it can't just be manifested. Masahiro Ito said that it's like a frozen pizza that Eddie found in the bowling alley. But that doesn't make much sense either. It's in like a delivery box, and there's no way to heat anything. Let's see. Psychosis says something I don't get, even though Laura doesn't see anything. Wouldn't she be freaked out? It's a ghost town. It seems surreal enough. I mean, there's definitely a lot of surrealism and suspension of belief or disbelief that has to go hand in hand with the Silent Hill games. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make too much sense. For Laura, she's supposed to be an innocent child, right? Like, the whole reason that Laura's in the town is because she stole the letters that Mary left for her and James out of their nurse's locker, and Laura read them. And in the letter for James, Mary describes going far away to a beautiful place. She means heaven. She means death. But Laura, as an innocent child, does not interpret that line that way. She thinks when Mary says going away to a beautiful place, she means Silent Hill. Mary always described Silent Hill as being a beautiful place to Laura. Laura says in the dialogue later on in the hotel, she even showed me all her pictures. Laura only knows about Silent Hill through Mary's description of how it was on her vacation here with James. So that's the whole reason she's here. She misinterprets Mary talking about dying and going to heaven in her letters as going to Silent Hill. She doesn't realize her friend is dead. She thinks she just left the hospital and went to Silent Hill. So Laura's going to go too, to try to find her. She's used to running away from the hospital. As far as how she got, is the hospital close to Silent Hill? No. We don't know exactly where James and Mary's home is, but Laura and Mary were not hospitalized in Silent Hill or really anywhere near Silent Hill, most likely. If we go off of information that came later, like from Silent Hill 4, which, again, I talked about this earlier, Silent Hill 4 was not written when Silent Hill 2 was written. It retroactively added information, right? So take it with a grain of salt. But if you're going off of the information that was added later in Silent Hill 4, it would make the most sense that James and Mary were probably living in South Ashfield, if not in the apartments with James's father Frank, then somewhere around the town, which would mean that the main hospital would be St. Jerome's, which would make some sense. But again, take that with a grain of salt. Silent Hill 4 and all of those details were not part of Silent Hill 2's story when it was written. That's retcon. That's retroactively added information. But we do know that James and Mary did not live here, and that they've only been here once. They've only been to the town one time on vacation, and then again for the events of this game. And that's it.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Now, as far as Laura getting to the town, it's never directly stated, but based on the context of the intro video, when you idle on the title screen, a lot of people speculated that she got a ride with Eddie at some point and like just ran away, and then at some point Eddie picked up a kid. Maybe he planned on having her as like a hostage if the police caught him or something like that. It's hard to say. The Silent Hill 2 novelization, which, again, you can't really consider a lot of this stuff canonical, at least not to me, because it was written after the fact by Sadamu Yamashita, who was not part of the original development team. So, takes information from the novels with a huge grain of salt. But it's described in the novelization that Eddie drove Laura into the town, that they traveled together. Also, keep in mind the time period that this game takes place. For some of you who are younger, if you're in your 20s or earlier 30s maybe, you might have a very different perspective of childhood than myself or Terry or somebody from a little bit older generation. Cell phones didn't used to exist, and kids used to just fucking be out doing their own thing. I was out walking to school and back on my own when I was 7 years old, when I was 8 years old, you know, roughly the same age as Laura. I would leave in the morning for school, and I would not be back home to see my mom or my sister until 8 o'clock at night. You know, whenever the street lights would start to turn on, that was my cue to go home. Otherwise, I had no contact with my family, and I rode my bike to bus stops. I rode the bus across Austin, Texas to the other side of town to hang out with other friends when I was like 8 years old. This was not a huge deal. This was childhood for many people of older generations. So the idea of Laura being a little girl, like going to a neighboring town or going somewhere on her own, a lot of people see that as completely unbelievable by today's standards, because now everyone has constant surveillance, everyone has constant, you know, phones on them, and, you know, kids are never out of their parents' reach. That was not how it was back then. So it was much more believable for the time period that, even with not knowing the exact time period that Silent Hill 2 takes place, it's clearly 70s, 80s, 90s, where it would not have been as uncommon for a child to be out and about on their own, even going fairly long distances.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Hey, what's up, Yami? So I mentioned earlier, talking a little bit about HD Collection, how HD Collection fucked a lot of things up, and it's a terrible port of Silent Hill 2 and 3, but I mentioned how HD Collection completely forgot to add dialogue to a scene. This is the scene. If you examine this little alleyway again,
James, you can't make it through there.
you get this quick little shot and dialogue from Maria. James, you can't make it through there. You only get that scene if you examine the alleyway a second time. HD Collection completely forgot to put that dialogue in the game. It doesn't matter if you have new voices or old voices. If you examine this alleyway the second time, there is just no voice. There's no dialogue.
It's no good. It's locked.
Forgot or just didn't care? A little of both. Forgot, didn't care, inept developers, take your pick. Also, a little comparison between this version, the original game, and the remake. You notice how there's kind of like a longer interaction here with Maria getting the key and unlocking the door, where she sort of like checks the boot, touches the hips, reaches into the shirt. There's a little bit more drawn out scene, and James trying to like peek over her shoulder as she's grabbing the key out of her shirt and unlocking the door. When I was watching Salome Gunnarsdottir, Salome who plays Maria and Mary in the Silent Hill 2 remake, she streams on Twitch, and she's, you know, been playing through all of the Silent Hill games. When she played through Silent Hill 2 remake on her channel, she said that she did the full mocap. They recorded the full mocap for the remake, and then they wound up trimming it down for the final version. So she most likely recorded that entire thing exactly the way it is in the OG, and then for some reason, Bloober Team decided to trim that sequence down a little bit. So here is some important dialogue that is very easy to miss. If you visit Heaven's Night just like this and examine these alcohol bottles, these crates of alcohol, as you first come up the stairs, you get some really cool text. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness, but the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. So James struggled with alcoholism during Mary's illness. And it's something that he's only now started to put aside since he's so hyper-focused on his delusion of finding her again. This is a really important part of James's character. And it's only really expressed through this little bit of text interaction that's entirely optional. Although I really love the Silent Hill 2 remake, they added an entire new cutscene of James and Maria interacting in Heaven's Night, where Maria pours a drink for James, and James doesn't drink it. But the way the camera focuses on James, staring at that drink and considering it, and like practically licking his lips and sort of shaking, it's so well conveyed through the performance, through the facial capture, and through the motion capture, without a single word of dialogue being said. You still get this idea of James wanting that drink, that he's not unfamiliar with drinking alcohol. So, really cool bit of text in the original, and a really great scene that kind of portrays the same information in a very subtle way in the remake. Hey, what's up, Dragon Blood? How's it going, Nub? My partner and I dressed as Maria and James at a con recently and found other Jameses walking around with pillows, asking if people had seen their wife. That's awesome. That makes me so happy. As somebody who's like, I started going to anime conventions back in like 2002, and anime conventions and cosplay was a really big part of my life. for a very long time. I eventually became one of the night events directors for the San Japan convention in San Antonio, Texas, and worked there for many, many years. I was working there and helped assist with Akira Yamaoka's appearance and performance at San Japan 2014. So, like, Silent Hill and conventions and cosplay has been a big part of my life, or was a big part of my life for a long time. And back in those days, like, you never saw Silent Hill cosplay. It was such a rarity. Because I cosplayed as Pyramid Head several times and had friends cosplay as nurses with me and stuff like that. And it was extremely rare to ever see other Silent Hill cosplayers. It makes me very happy that I see it very frequently now. Like, anytime I go to the Silent Hill subreddit, it seems like there's so many people who cosplay from Silent Hill and go to conventions, or have people who've been going to Akira Yamaoka's concerts, because he's on a US tour right now, going to his concerts and cosplay and stuff like that. It's so beautiful to me to see that the fandom has grown so much, and that there's so many people now going out and doing that, and that it's become more common. That's really, really cool to me. I love seeing stuff that I used to love and appreciate and obsess over and cosplay from, that used to be extremely niche, becoming more popular and more appreciated on a larger scale. Whoops, sorry, Maria. A big one is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Back in 2003, going to anime conventions and being a JoJo's fan, even among other otaku and other anime fans, finding people who knew what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was kind of rare, extremely rare in those days. And these days, like, everybody knows about JoJo's. Even if you haven't seen it, you probably know it just through memes and osmosis. So it's crazy to me to see stuff that I, have been into for such a long time, finding a new sense of popularity among newer fans and stuff. It's really cool.
Over there!
Over there. Laura doesn't react at all to Maria calling out, because she does not perceive Maria at all. We got JoJo's on freaking Netflix now. I mean, we have Netflix now, just in general, period. Back in my day, you'd have to get like an anime magazine and fill out a form in the back and send it off to like a sketchy address with $20 stuffed in an envelope, and you might get some VHS tapes sent to you. Like, you guys got it so easy now. You just pop on a streaming service and watch whatever fucking anime you want. Man, that shit was impossible back in the day. All right. I've got a save here. We're about to tackle Brookhaven. I'm going to take another break. It's been almost 7 hours since I started stream, and I've only taken one other break about 3.5 hours ago. So I'm going to take a break here, get some water, stretch my legs, use the restroom, and get ready to go through the rest of Silent Hill 2. And again, I really appreciate everybody who's been coming by, hanging out, watching the stream, who's enjoying the playthrough so far. We've got a lot of our longtime friends and community here, but I've also seen plenty of new people who are just discovering the channel for the first time and following, so I hope everyone has just been enjoying it. Of course, for anybody who's just discovered me today, this is my 9-year Partnerversary on Twitch, and I've also been a streamer focusing on Silent Hill for pretty much the last 15 years on Twitch, and working very hard to share knowledge and playthroughs and trivia about my favorite games for a very, very long time now. So if you're enjoying yourself here, please follow. I've also got channels on YouTube. I've got a full-on regular YouTube channel and then a stream archive channel for all of my unedited streams from over the years. So let me get some links for those YouTube channels. If you're not already subscribing, it helps me out immensely if you would subscribe. So here is the Archives channel, which is still only at 500 subscribers. Again, if you want to see all of my unedited stream archives dating all the way back to like 2016 or so, pretty much all of it is on there. Thousands of hours of playthroughs covering a wide variety of games and a lot of Silent Hill, of course. And my main YouTube channel is here, where I put my more edited, specific for YouTube content. I've got some super in-depth like Silent Hill iceberg videos, my trailer analysis videos for things like Silent Hill Townfall, which is coming out later this year, my recent playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem, all sorts of stuff like that. So it means a lot to me if you could subscribe, and if you're not already following, follow me here on Twitch. As I said, helps a lot, helps me grow as a streamer and as a Silent Hill fan in general, and helps our little community grow as well. So, as I said, I appreciate it a lot. But yeah, I'm going to take a break here and be back in just a few minutes for some more Silent Hill 2. Back in a bit.